Move we approve the agenda.
Okay, before that, I'm going to make a motion that we amend the agenda just to move item 5, audience of citizens, down to be, where would it be? Item 7A2, after we hear from Dr. Britton about his report on school reopening. I'm anticipating that many of the comments would be geared towards that issue. And this way we would know from Dr. Britton what his thoughts are at this point in time before the public had an opportunity to comment. For a second.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
I just feel a little uneasy with making a decision before hearing input from the community.
Well, I didn't say we'd be making the decision. I said that we'd hear from Dr. Britton, then we'd have public comment, and then we could talk about what the consensus of the board is.
Sounds good.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions?
Yeah, just to clarify too, so we would complete school reopening, we would hear from director of curriculum, and then we would entertain a motion or some action. I guess there is no action contemplated because it doesn't say that on the agenda for item 7.
I think we usually support the superintendent's recommendation, and so we would have a discussion and then probably entertain that that recommendation to support it. But I also think we should limit, if there's a lot of people that want to talk, we should probably limit the conversation to a couple of minutes per person so that we can move on, because we also have a lot of other things on the agenda tonight.
And hear from as many people as possible as well.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, concerns, suggestions?
Just clarify again, where are you going to put audience of citizens again?
Right after the first audience of citizens would be right after we hear the superintendent's report on school reopening update.
So
So
number five is going to move to, it's going to be after A1 under
Right.
communications and updates.
So it could be A2.
Right.
So it would be A2. Fine. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, so with that change, do we need a new motion to approve the agenda, or can we just vote on the agenda as amended?
We should probably vote on it as amended. I'll make that motion to amend to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Great. All right, so next is the approval of the consent agenda. We have meeting minutes from December 1st and the 10th. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second, anybody?
I'll second it.
Lauren, okay.
Warren.
Any discussion?
Just that I can, vote on the December 1st minutes, but I don't believe, because I wasn't in attendance, that I can vote on the
Right.
Okay.
December 10th.
So you'd be
So I'm not sure if we would can we split that motion, one for each?
Sure. Yep.
Each meeting.
So I'll make a recommendation that we accept the December 10th minutes as presented.
I'd second that. No, that's the one I can't.
Nice try.
Chronological order.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda item A1, December 1st, regular meeting minutes?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second
is there
that.
a second? All in favor? Hurry up.
Aye.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda item A2, December 10th, 2020, special meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion.
Meg,
Meg,
second, anybody? I'll second it.
Sharon
Okay.
Peters, and Tim is
Yeah.
going to abstain, correct?
All in favor? Well, let's vote and find out. All in
Oh.
favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any no's, abstentions?
One
Mr. Lavoy
abstention.
abstains. Okay.
Got it.
All right. Next, we have student representative report. Hi, Sean.
Hi. All right, I'll start out. So first, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy
I don't
New
really
Year.
have
Happy New Year.
I don't really have too much to report other than that the National Honor Society virtual induction ceremony that's going to be happening on Thursday. It was originally going to happen in December, but we ended up having a snow day that day. And then over the last month, a number of teachers in the high school have switched over to using Zoom instead of Google Meet. And I know that like in some of my classes, that's been nice because we're able to use the breakout rooms. It's much more user-friendly in that way, but other than that, that's all I've got.
Great. How about you, Justin?
I can add a few things. Like Sean said, Happy New Year, everyone. Good evening.
Happy New Year.
I had a nice, quiet, relaxing winter break, but before we left for break, in order to kind of add some cheer to the school, for the teachers and staff that are still there, the Student Senate went in and we did a modified version of the door decorating contest that we had originally planned. Instead of going all out and making it a contest, the Senate members just all made little paper snowflakes, like the kind you make in arts and crafts, and taped them to the doors and wrote little messages to go with them. And on the Monday and Tuesday before we left, we had some winter spirit days where we asked kids to come dressed, which wasn't a change for many people at home, and also to come dressed in their favorite winter outfits. So that was a nice way to send us off. And now we're back and ready to pick up with the second semester.
Great. Glad to hear that. Okay, and we're right down to the nitty gritty. Communication and updates. First is the superintendent's report regarding school reopening update.
So, hello, everyone. Happy New Year.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
So I just want to quickly go over some of the correspondence in here. It's all related to reopening. We did include for you a memo that we received December 17th from Commissioner Cardona, potentially Secretary of Education Cardona, which will be to be determined if he's so appointed or approved by the Senate. But again, in this, it just talks a lot about some revisions to the quarantine requirements, some other recommendations. I'm going to go over that as part of my full report to you momentarily, but I did just want to make sure that I pointed that out to you. And then I did include several communications that we've received from members of the public, including Jessica and Jamie Gregorek, hope I pronounced that correctly. Darcy Muller, Gregorek, thank you. Joshua Rosario, we have Emily DeSalvo, Chris Pickett, let's see, and then I had Lynn Murphy, and we had one from Kevin Lawrence. And again, Kevin Lawrence, right. All of these were email communications that were either sent to you or sent to me, and I wanted to make sure they got to you all generally of the same bent, which is in favor of reopening the schools for in-person learning. So, those are there. And I do think it was a good idea to move the audience of citizens to after I give, my recommendations and share with you an update on where we are in terms of reopening. Because I imagine a lot of the audience of citizens, if, my email inbox and voicemail is any indicator, are going to be people that you would hear from advocating for a reopening. So I think potentially after I go through the recommendation, it certainly would be happy to hear from people who might be interested in sharing their opinion, but their opinion may match my recommendation, and that might otherwise encourage them or inform their thinking about whether they want to make a comment for you all. So let's get to it. I sat in today on a web conference call with the State Department of Public Health, and generally observations are that we're probably at this point at the top of the peak in terms of new infections in the state and in our region. That's what they're hoping. But it's unsure at this time. Where we were last time is clearly we were on the upside of the curve. Nobody ever can tell for sure, but what I heard in the call with DPH this morning is they said that we hope we're starting to see some leveling out at the top of the curve, and we are all anxiously waiting for that curve to go the other way, indicating that community transmission of COVID is decreasing. For now, the numbers are still not great, right? So in Middlesex County, there is a new COVID case rate of 51.5 per 100,000. That's actually the second highest in the state. The highest county currently is Windham at 63.8 per 100,000. Then Middlesex County at 51.5. Then Fairfield, Hartford is at 51.3. And the state in general is at 47.2 new infections per 100,000. And all counties are, in terms of indicator risk category, are categorized as high. In the Chatham Health District, it's similar. Colchester is at 33.2 per 100,000. East Hampton is at 28.6 per 100,000. I'm sorry, that was East Hampton. East Hampton is at 38.9 per 100,000. Hebron, 31.6 per 100,000. Marlborough, 28.1 per 100,000. And unfortunately, Portland doesn't get the award. We're at 43.8 per 100,000. Everybody's classified as a red alert district, and the Chatham Health District is at an average of 34.5. So the numbers aren't great. You know, they're not where any of us want to be, and hopefully, of course, that with the vaccines coming online, we'll hit the top of the curve and see it drop off as quickly as possible. But for today, that's where we are. That data now is about a week old. Well, I should say the county level data I just got today, but the data I shared with you on the Chatham Health District was December 28th. So things are changing quickly, and there was an indication that we're likely to see those numbers continue to stay there or maybe go a little bit higher as there's an anticipation for a post-holiday surge. So that's where we are as of today. All of this data, by the way, is linked on the high school website, and the email I send out tomorrow to the community, I'll also include a link to it so people can see it for themselves. So that's where we are. So the numbers are still elevated. They're not, you know, it's still considered a red alert town and county level indicators. So I want to, you know, kind of lead up to my recommendation for you today. And I just want to start by reminding us why we're in hybrid. Remote. We're not in remote because those numbers are high or it's been determined that it's not safe, right? The decision about whether the numbers are too high and it's safe or not, really that decision is made for us by the Department of Public Health. We have to defer to the experts. We have to defer to the epidemiologists and the health experts and doctors who tell us that. And much like last March, if it were not, I don't like the word safe, but if there was an unacceptable level of risk, it would be likely that we would see happen to us what happened in March, which would be we would be shut down. We wouldn't have control over the decision to be open for in-person learning. That decision will be made for us. It is still the opinion of the Department of Public Health that in-person learning is preferable, right? That as long as schools are administratively capable of providing in-person learning, that is what the Department of Public Health recommends that we do. That is also what governing officials recommend, what the commissioner recommends, and what the Connecticut State Department of Education recommends. That administratively possible piece is why we're remote. We are remote because up until recently, really, I would say today or tomorrow, and I'll explain why I say those 2 days, we simply didn't have the substitute teachers necessary to absorb the impact of high levels of community transmission. So in order for us to reopen for in-person learning, one, the Department of Public Health needs to continue to say that it is safe, that there is an acceptable level of risk is maybe a better way to describe it, and support in-person learning. If that changes, the decision would be taken away from us and we would be shut down. As of today, the Department of Public Health still recommends in-person learning. With that, we have to sort of examine 3 additional conditions, right? We have to ask ourselves if that's still the reality, which it is. Condition 1, are the numbers of new infections in our community low enough that we wouldn't need to worry about it because COVID would be unlikely to come into our schools? Clearly, the preferable number there is 0. I mean, if there's no COVID, we don't have to worry about COVID coming into our schools. Or if the numbers are low like they were in the summer and early fall, we would be less likely to see COVID come into our schools. Based on those numbers I just shared with you, and the direct question that I again asked the director of our Chatham Health District today, where those numbers are, we can assume that we will have individuals who are asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic COVID positive enter our schools, right? That whether that's a student, a teacher, a bus driver, a secretary, an administrator, or a superintendent, based on the high levels of community spread, we can anticipate that COVID positive individuals will enter our schools. When that happens, as we have to now look at condition 2, right? Contact tracers then engage in a process where they investigate how many people were within 6 feet of that individual who tested positive for 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period, right? That's the main contact tracing quest, to find that out. And anybody who was or is or will be within 15 minutes of a COVID positive individual for 15 minutes or more is subject to quarantine. Now, in November, when we really got knocked around by this, the quarantine requirement was 14 days. So any student or teacher or administrator who was in that bubble for 15 minutes or more, at 6 feet perimeter, was subject to a 14-day requirement. That's changed, right? So clearly, if there's no requirement that people quarantine, students or faculty or staff, we wouldn't have any effect on our need for substitute teachers. Nobody would be sent home and told not to come back for a period of time. Before it was 14 days, that subsequently recently changed. The quarantine period now is 7 days, so long as the individual has a COVID negative test on or after the 5th day. So the quarantine period has been cut in half from 14 days to 7 days with a negative test after the 5th day, or 10 days with no symptoms. So in general, by cutting the quarantine period in half, that influences our ability to staff our buildings when large numbers of teachers or paraprofessionals or secretaries are quarantining, because it reduces the time that they're away from the building. So the quarantine period still exists, but it is halved. It's down to 14 days. The third condition we have to explore is whether we have enough substitute teachers to absorb the impact of individuals who are subject to quarantine, either because they're exposed to a positive person in school, in the community, in their home, or are impacted by other school districts' closures or their children being subject to quarantine periods and the childcare that inevitably follows for parents of young children. In order to absorb that, we need a large pool of substitute teachers ready and available to come into our schools to help us when faculty and staff are quarantined. In November, December, we had 0 subs You know, I've talked to you before a little bit. It's difficult to find substitute teachers in a good year. In this pandemic year, it's proven nearly impossible, right? So 3 weeks ago, things changed when Governor Lamont waived the requirement that substitute teachers hold a bachelor's degree. That and my direct appeal to this community generated a large enough response of civic-minded people, some who are recent graduates or don't have bachelor's degrees, but are willing to step forward and help out. So tomorrow, we are training 16 individuals who have raised their hand and have now gone through the background check process. And I think we're going to have upwards of 20 people by the end of the week who are going to be ready to substitute teach for us. So where does that leave us? Because we have we've worked very hard, frankly, to recruit and build and train and background check that pool of substitute teachers. We have addressed the administrative challenges of running schools in an environment where community transmission makes it likely that we will have faculty and staff subject to quarantine periods. And in order to stay open, we have to have adults in the building to supervise and manage our students at all grade levels. So let me just stop there and see if there are any questions.
I have one, Charles. And I don't expect you to go into the entire explanation, but is there information available on the website to explain exactly how the reduction in the number of quarantine days, how that decision was made?
It's not on the website. Again, it was a change in CDC guidelines, but we don't respond to the CDC. We respond to local and state. It took a while after the CDC changed the guidelines for the Connecticut State Department of Public Health to review, consult with our experts and make the decision at the state level. But that's not on the website. I'd be happy to put that information out for people if they're interested.
I think it's important that we do, because I'm looking at something dated 12/16 from the Department of Health. It's confusing because the quarantine is still 10 days. And then if you have symptoms, if you don't have symptoms, it's complicated. There's 3 steps for one and there's 2 steps for another. I think we should post that somewhere. And I can just forward this to anybody that is interested in looking at it.
You actually don't need to, Meg. This morning, Dawn, Dave Opazinski, and I sat in on a Department of Public Health, and they reviewed updated Addendum 9 and Addendum 5, which articulates this new guidance. So I'll just post Addendum 5 and Addendum 9 right up there, which is brand new, literally January 4th, as everything these days, hot off the press update.
Yeah, it's very, I read this thing that you had sent and it's very confusing, and I'm sure this addendum will straighten things out. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of this is very confusing.
Charles, can I ask about the testing with the updated quarantine guidelines? So you said after the 5th day, a person needs to test negative?
Correct.
Okay. And in my experience, and I've been tested 4 times now, the quickest turnaround I've had is about 48 hours. I think for most people, the experience is more like the test results are in 3 to 4 days. So doesn't that really make that quarantine period effective? I mean, for all intents and purposes, it makes it 7 to 9 days.
It does.
Correct. I think, you know, certainly I would agree. I've been tested twice, and both times it was about a 48-hour period I was waiting. So
Right.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the reality is you have to wait till the 5th day from the day of your contact,
Right.
get the test, and then wait for the test to come back, which may be the 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th day later. I mean, yes.
Or 14th day.
It's ridiculous.
Did these regulations I'm sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just curious if these regulations specify which types of tests are acceptable or not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
you
I
gotta be
believe
lucky
any
to get
type of
whatever
test is acceptable, but I don't want to give you bad information. If Dawn heard that question, Dawn, can you check that addendum that we looked at this morning and get back to us? I don't know if it was a PCR test or the other one. Maybe we'll Dawn probably heard that. When we get a chance, unmute Dawn. She saw the addendum updates this morning and can take a quick peek and let us know.
Hi, good evening,
Hi, Dawn.
everybody.
Hi, Dawn.
I
Need
don't.
a
So
minute
it
to-
is clearly defined, it is clearly defined in Addendum 5, and the nurses and I looked at that this afternoon after we attended the meeting with the DPH this morning. But it is clearly defined what kinds of tests have to be done. And you know, it's also clearly defined also that it has to be 5 days, because prior to 5 days, there's too much of a chance of if this person has contracted the virus, they're not going to test positive until that viral load is high enough. So that's why the 5 days has come into play. And yes, it does define, it does have to be a PCR test on that 5th day. And there's some other clinic or, you know, very, very concise requirements in there. I just don't have the document in front of me right now. But like Charles said, we can put that up on the website, and we will be following that to the T.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask another question? You were talking about the contact tracing procedure, and I'm remembering back to a meeting in November or December when we initially decided to go remote learning, when you were talking about how overwhelmed our nursing staff was with the contact tracing process and how they were like working overtime nights and weekends trying to keep up with it. Are we concerned that that will be an issue again? Do we have the ability to contact trace without overwhelming our nursing staff?
Because, by the way, it's not just our nurses, our administrators and yours truly. For 3 weekends in a row, all day
Charles?
Saturday and Sunday, we were
I'm sorry, Charles, I
pulling
can't hear
class
you.
lists and bus lists.
Charles, can you start again? We
Did you lose
lost the
me?
beginning of your answer.
Can't hear you.
Yeah. Hang on.
That's
Dylan,
better.
can you get me back on? Better? Okay. Yeah, that is well, I thank you for the question, because look, that the administrators are on the line right now. We spent a lot of weekends, not just the nurses in particular, but all of us on the phone all weekend, looking at class lists and bus lists, and you know, it's a lot of work. I mean, it's an intense investigation to do this, and yeah, our nurses, they're frankly exhausted by this, and you know, the reality is that the Department of Chatham Health District, that they don't even have the capacity to do it. They're overwhelmed with, you know, community contact tracing. So we're largely doing it in-house. It is something I'm very concerned about, the strain it's going to place on the administrators and the nurses who are doing this. But we got to do what we got to do. You know, we want kids back in school, and if it means we're working weekends to do it, I'm going to do it. And yeah, you know, for the nurses, we pay them their overtime on the weekends to do this. That's, you know, that's an obligation. The administrators, though, you know, it's what we do.
Hey, Charles.
But yep.
No, just anticipating, you know, the approval of the federal money, maybe something's coming. Is there any opportunity to hire somebody temporarily?
You have to be trained for contact tracing. There's
Sure.
training available.
We haven't explored that idea yet, Dave, but now that you bring it up, I do think that might be a good use of those additional stimulus money as soon as we find out how much we're getting, and Stephanie and I are waiting anxiously to hear that.
Okay.
It's a really good idea.
And to piggyback off of Dave's question, to do contact tracing, I understand that you need to be trained, but do you need to actually be a nurse? Like, could we hire somebody who is not an RN, who may be less expensive for the district, to just do contact tracing?
My sense is, Lauren, is I prefer the RNs do it, and here's why. I'll just give you an example. If I got a call from somebody that said, Chase is potentially exposed, right? As a parent, I'm immediately going to be concerned. And some of you on this call may have had that experience. You know, your reaction is, oh my God, is my kid okay? Is my child going to be okay? And likely the question goes like this: oh my God, my son or daughter has diabetes. How does this affect them? You know, my son or daughter has some other issue. How does this affect them? And that's why it's really important for the people with the medical training to make that call so they can have those initial bedside manner conversations and answer those immediate questions about the well-being of the children.
Okay.
And adults. All right, so let me make the recommendation then. And I want to start, before I even make the recommendation, I have to be honest. I just got to lay it out there for everyone. The fact that we're able to reopen schools because I've developed a subpool and quarantine periods is reduced, frankly, doesn't really allay a lot of anxiety, right? I mean, that's not a, oh, we're good to go moment, right? And I've got to reflect that, because there are lots of teachers and others who are anxious, who are nervous, and who, frankly, I'll just tell you directly, do not support the recommendation I'm about to make to you, right? The reopening committee I met with this morning did not unanimously endorse this recommendation. The Teachers Association, the Paraprofessionals Association, the Administrative Assistant Association, they would all prefer that we stay remote for at least another week and that we wait for the numbers to come back down or vaccination programs to get going. Unfortunately, I've consistently, from the beginning of this, looked to the Department of Public Health to tell us whether it's quote unquote safe or okay, less risky to open. And we have to defer to those medical experts, to the scientists who have the training to tell us, and not necessarily defer to the feelings or completely understandable anxieties that people have. We have to look to the scientists and the experts on this, and the DPH continues to maintain that as long as you are administratively able to open your schools, you should. And at this point, based on the fact that we've generated the subpool, I have to stand up and say we are administratively now in a much better position. I can't guarantee you that all these subs aren't going to walk away on day one and say, no way, it's too much. That could happen, and I might be back to you saying we're administratively incapable. But as of today, we've done the hard work and we're administratively able to open the schools, and the DPH continues to say in-person learning is preferable. Therefore, the recommendation is that next Monday, Valley View, Gildersleeve, and Brownstone fully reopen. The middle school and high school open in a hybrid for 2 weeks. And that on January 25th, after we've had 2 weeks to see how, especially the high school, which is unable to cohort, is affected by continued high rates of community infections, we go full on January 25th, middle school and high school, after 2 weeks of hybrid. So the recommendation is fully reopen K-6, hybrid reopen 7-12 for 2 weeks on January 25th, God willing, if everything goes well, fully reopen high school, middle school.
That includes the pre-K programs as well.
Includes the pre-K, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. PVLA is still going to run as well.
I think that's a fine recommendation.
So I think if there's maybe now might be the opportunity to invite audience of citizen comments, and then maybe after that, I'd love to continue discussion. And as we've done in the past, I would like you to vote, and you know, if your vote is not to accept that recommendation, you have my commitment that I will get the reopening committee back together, and we're likely going to be having a special meeting this week as I consider your input. But I do think it's, you know, now would be a good time to open audience of citizens and then come back to this in terms of discussion and possible vote to endorse.
Okay, so why don't we do that? We'll see if there's anyone who would like to comment, and we can, I think it's probably a good idea that we do limit comments to 2 minutes and go from there. So if someone in the control room maybe could operate as our timekeeper.
Dylan, do we have anyone that would like to make a comment?
Sue McDougall would like to make a comment. I'm going to unmute her now.
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Sue McDougall. I am president of CEA Portland, which is the local teachers union, and I'm also a resident. I am also a resident, and I reside at 22 Prospect Street in Portland. I have a statement that has come with a lot of thought and a lot of guidance from our staff and our teachers and input from many people. As you know, that COVID rates and the risk of transmission are very high in Portland at the moment. While there are a number of factors affecting that, most teachers feel that returning to school at this time introduces undue risk to the students and the staff as well as their families. We are fully aware that the Connecticut State Department of Education and the Department of Public Health guidelines are driving push to return to school. It is our overwhelming opinion that since rates in town seem to still be increasing, and we are not yet seeing the full impact of gatherings over the holidays, it would be a mistake to return to full in-person or hybrid at this time. Even with appropriate PPE and surface cleaning, the idea of congregating for a full day of instruction is concerning with Portland's high positivity rate. We understand that full in-person learning is the best model, and there are other aspects going into this decision, but we favor waiting at least a week and not returning to school until after January 18th. So thank you very much for that time to speak.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
I'm going to unmute Stacy Prince next.
Can we turn up the sound? It's very low. It's hard to hear.
Hi, this is Stacy Prince. I'm at 11 Rogers Road. Whoa, that's very close. Sorry about that. I just have a quick concern, and I'm not sure if you're able to respond, but I'm just curious what kind of teaching these generous volunteers from the community are going to be doing. I don't know if the pool that you've ended up selecting are able to provide any education. Are they going to simply be functioning as babysitters to fill the spaces? While I very much appreciate their commitment to education, back together, it just concerns me that we have random folks coming in to school. That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
I'm going to unmute Ashley A next.
Sorry, I was trying to put the video on. Okay. My name is Ashley Archer. I live at 308 Penfield Hill Road. As much as I'm, excited that schools are able to reopen, I know that that's got a lot of challenges to it, but my comment that I wanted to share, I know that the budget process for next year is already in progress, but I wanted to speak about the planning for smaller class sizes moving into next year. I feel like this year we can only do so much about the way education is going for this year. But I would like to see smaller class sizes planned for next year for Valley View and Gildersleeve. Over the last 2 years, these children have had their foundational years impacted due to the pandemic. The teachers have worked so incredibly hard, and they need to address the academic gaps that have happened, and also the gaps in regards to just basic learner behaviors, how to focus, pay attention, maintain organization, just good learner habits overall. And teachers need to address those, and they will be far more successful addressing the unique needs of these children with smaller class sizes. I also want to put in, just voice my hope that at least kindergarten classes remain very small for next year, because many of these children may not have had preschool experiences because preschools did not open in town. And so I just want to advocate for the teachers and the children to be in smaller class sizes for next year. That's all.
Thank you.
Next, I have a comment from YouTube from Chris Pickett, and he requests that Dr. Britton read his letter he sent in. It is in favor of remote learning and was lumped in with the others in favor of reopen. And next, I'm going to unmute Diane Lopez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Diane Lopez, 22 Old Carriage Road. I would like to thank the nurses for going above and beyond the call of duty. And I echo Charles's comments about having a nurse coming forward during contact tracing, simply because if you have a child with a compromised immune system, as a parent, you really would like to hear from a nurse as to what we should do and what we should do properly. And I also want to thank the administrators and the teachers for by far going above and beyond. And we have an amazing staff and administration. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We cannot thank you guys all enough. That's it. Thank you.
You.
Next, I'm going to unmute Beth Ann V.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First, I do want to say my child is, I live at 244 Summer Street. My child is in Gildersleeve. He has an amazing teacher. I do like to see the younger kids go back to school, as I do see my child every day struggling with online and trying to pick up the skills, and he's lacked a little bit, as our teacher is amazing and she engages them. I can't even give the words to say how amazing she is. But I do worry about him falling behind academically. So I would like to see them go back. But I do, obviously the risk of spread, but we do know that younger kids are better, it's been seen that younger kids are better at the social distancing, and we haven't seen as many kids test positive. So I just wanted to express my concern about my hope for reopening. And I also want to say that it has been, as I do understand for teachers, their fear, but also there are a lot of parents that are essential workers that are going out and working every day and trying to juggle and figure out how they're going to work, and their fears of getting COVID themselves, but then also, I understand that. So I thank you for giving me the time to comment.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to make a comment, please send a message in the chat now.
Okay. We'll give that a couple minutes, but in the meantime, are there any board members that would like to comment? Tim, I know you indicated that you.
I just want to, can I real quickly just chime in? I want to correct the record. inaccurately lumped Chris Pickett's comments in with a pro reopening in person, and that was inaccurate. Mr. Pickett wrote a very well written and succinct statement advocating for continued remote learning. It did get lumped in with the other one, so I want to make sure that Mr. Pickett's comments and communication are accurately reflected, and I apologize for that mistake. Also, I just want to quickly clarify one thing in case I didn't make it clear. We are, all of our substitute teachers provide valuable services to us. They've all been background checked. I have met with all of them. They've gone through ESS services onboarding. They've gone through the criminal background checks. And we are doing some training tomorrow morning with all of our new substitute teachers. Substitute teachers, for those who don't know how schools work, provide an incredibly vital service. And I'm confident that the individuals who have come forward are doing so with the right background training clearance and are going to provide that valuable service for us.
And Charles, you had said these, you used the term folks had volunteered, had stepped up and volunteered to be involved. Does that mean none of these folks are being paid, or that's not the case? They are. Oh, they're not being paid.
No, they are.
Okay.
No, they are. They are.
Oh, they are.
They're
Okay,
being
that's what I
paid,
thought. That confused me because I that was my understanding is they were being paid, but then that was one of the comments that was made was that they were just there as quote volunteers.
Yeah, the way I would describe these individuals are they're very different. Some are very young and recent graduates, and in those cases we're likely to place them at Valley View, Gildersleeve, or Brownstone. Certainly there's an age variable there. And some are in school to become teachers and haven't earned their bachelor's degree yet. And hey, this is another great opportunity for us to train our next generation of teachers. So it's wonderful in some of those cases. In other cases, some people, might not otherwise have ever considered or raised their hands to be a substitute teacher, but are responding to our call, and I think are doing so out of a sense of community spirit and willing to help us out. Whether they like it and stay and become teachers, that's another bonus in general. But I am very, very impressed with the group of people who, and I've met with all of them. I've, essentially interviewed all of them. And, I think I stand behind them. I think they're going to do a great job. Some of them may not like it. Subbing is a difficult gig. If nobody's tried it, maybe you should sometime. It's interesting, but it's really important.
Hey, Charles, can you maybe clarify this? Because I got this out of one of the comments. Maybe it's not clear enough, but in many cases, that substitute will be in a room where the teacher has opted to be out of the classroom, but is still teaching remotely. Is that correct?
That is likely to be the majority of cases where teachers who are quarantined, either because they've been exposed in the school setting, in the home setting, in the community, or they have children who are quarantined. We've gotten really creative, and those teachers are still going to teach through inverted, where they'll teach from their home, and the substitute teacher is largely there to help students troubleshoot their computers or otherwise, supervise. And we can't leave kids in classrooms alone ever. So we would very much have an adult present. But in that case, when the teacher is subbing, it's a pretty nice day, right? I mean, they're there to keep an eye on things, but the regularly assigned teacher is also present running the classroom virtually.
Okay.
Is that something that's primarily happening 7th through 12th grade, or is this something that we've had going on or plan to have going on K through 6 as well?
It is something we will be doing and have been doing pre-K through 6 as well.
I have a question about the Kids Corner program and where that's at, the daycare or the before and after school program or whatever it is that would also hopefully be running during this time.
We would be right back to where we were in November when we were fully open.
Okay.
Hey, Charles, one other quick, maybe unrelated question is, has there been any updates on a timetable of vaccinations for teaching and staff?
Yes, very much. And boy, did I have an experience this week. there's a new system called VAMS. It's the Vaccine Administration Management System. All 1A people, if anybody on this call is a nurse or a doctor or frontline person, you likely have already had your first and are getting your second soon. The 1B folks are teachers, childcare workers, essential employees, grocery workers, agricultural workers. These are 1B. We don't have a date certain yet, but when we get the green light, we will schedule ourselves for a vaccine in VAMS, and we piloted it this week, and it works very well. So as soon as Russ Melmid or somebody else indicates to us, hey, 1B is good to go and the vaccine's available, we're all going to go into VAMS and schedule ourselves as quickly as possible to get them. Interesting question, and I did have a conversation with Meg, and we are going to need to get policy taking a look at whether it's required or not required, or what guidance is in terms of going forward. Right now, me personally, I want one in each arm and in the leg, right? Let's go. Give me the vaccine. I know that other people may be nervous about it, but I have a feeling, based on what I saw this week, that as soon as it's available, we will have large numbers of people who are interested in getting it. And Meg will probably talk about it when we get to the policy committee report, but that's something also that is going to involve some policy work at the board level.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
I would just say that I think this recommendation reflects the best that we know right now in terms of what students' needs are. And it's a difficult thing, and it's not going to make everybody happy, but I think for getting the younger kids, especially back into the classroom in-person learning, it's really critical.
One question I had, and I don't know if we could ask Sue McDougall, 6 and middle and high school members of the union in their responses.
Yeah, hi Sharon, thank you for the question. I have to say that I would say it was not enough of a difference to matter, in that I honestly did not get more than one comment from anybody that says, let's go back in. So it was not there was
Okay.
it's the person that I want to see my
Same,
kids.
same across the board.
It was across the board. The teachers just do not feel, especially with the youngest kids. And Russ Melman in this morning's meeting, expressed it very well, that these youngest kids, they try, but they rub their masks. They talk to their friends. It's just very tough. And many of our teachers are just fearful, but there's been no difference. It was everyone except for one, maybe two, that said hybrid's okay. But it's not, it's not
okay.
Any numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, I would just say I want to make sure, especially last time I made a comment about this, I got I wouldn't say misquoted. I got partially quoted in the press, and I'm actually very easy to access. All you need to do is email me and I will have a comment. But anyway, I don't understand. I do. If I were a parent of a young child, and I did have young children myself, I would understand why they were so reluctant. Why they would want the schools to reopen. It's been a long time, and that's very difficult. I don't understand though what the rush is. I think if we were to give 2 weeks from the time that vacation ended, we talked about the logistics of actually quarantining and testing. And I think that makes it difficult to really know that we have the virus under control and to send our teachers and our students back in. So I think it's too soon. I think we should give it at least 2 weeks from the time of return from vacation. So that would be the 18th. And so at our next meeting, we would consider it. And just another thing related to that, the optics of us all sitting at home isolated and voting to send the teachers and staff back in are not good. That's a decision made at the municipal level. But, you know, that's not good optics, I don't think. I think we should really consider that if we're going to send that many people back into enclosed spaces, that we wait and see what happens. I think most of us realize that the common sense is that we're going to have a surge because there's going to be a bunch of people that were not necessarily observing social distance rules. And why don't we just wait another couple of weeks and make sure that that has subsided? And also, the longer that we wait, and I'm not talking months, I'm talking maybe a few weeks, the more likely it is that the logistics of getting the vaccine in the arms of teachers who are designated as 1B goes up quite a bit.
I would like to just add to what Chris is saying. You know, I'm a parent of 3 young children. I want my children back in school. We all want our children back in school. I absolutely acknowledge the difficulties that the community is facing with having children learning at home. And I also, it's very hard for me to say to teachers when the entire teachers union is asking for 1 more week. That's all they're asking for is 1 more week. So my personal feeling is, yes, I would love my children to go in. I love the idea of starting all in with pre-K through 6 and doing 2 additional weeks of hybrid for middle school and high school. And that's because cohorting is so much harder, or there's not any, and contact tracing is harder. I personally would rather support waiting 1 more week and supporting our teachers union.
Yeah, I would actually I agree completely with what Lauren just suggested, and Chris as well, that if our entire teachers union, if our staff is suggesting that they will feel safer returning to school in 1 week, having given a solid 2+ weeks coming out of the holidays, that's something I can support. And I guess I would just I'm feeling a whole lot of sympathy for parents with young children at home. I am one of them myself. I understand how much of a struggle it is. I understand how much of a financial struggle it is for families who are trying to figure out childcare for their students. And I also am completely in sympathy with our teachers who are feeling anxious about returning. I agree with you, Charles, that we need to be guided by the experts in the Department of Public Health. But that said, our community transmission rates are extremely high right now, and it feels like giving our teachers support for 1 more week of distance learning with and I'm not even suggesting we schedule another meeting. I would say that maybe tonight I would support voting tonight to plan to reopen on whatever not the 11th, but the Monday following that, the 18th, or I guess that'd be the 19th. I think that's probably what I'm feeling right now.
So kind of in line with those thoughts, I just put a little question mark in my notes. When you started talking with us, Charles, about the reopening update, you indicated that you had an update from the Department of Public Health that they're hoping we're at the top of the curve.
They're not.
The numbers that you provided us are from a week ago. Is that right?
The numbers I provided you at the county level are from today.
Okay.
I got those off the site today. That link is on the website. The numbers I provided you from the Chatham Health District are dated December 28th.
So the Middlesex County number of 51.5 is current. Is that right? I just want to make sure I'm understanding you.
Which, you said the 34.5?
51.5 for Middlesex County.
That's for Middlesex
County number 51.5.
And that's this week's number?
That's the number that came off of the indicator data website today.
Okay, and the Chatham Health
I can check
numbers,
right now to see. The Chatham Health number.
We're from last week.
For the health.
Correct.
I can tell you that
I'll
tonight,
tell you what, I will.
that the number of cases in Connecticut had gone up. It was coming down, it was stable, and it's gone up a little bit as of today. But I think there's a lag time in reporting as well because of the holidays.
Chris, I wanted
Dylan.
to understand your comment.
So-
You got it cut out a little bit when you were talking about the optics and what didn't look good in terms of allowing an opening versus, and I wasn't sure what the comparison was. What was the other thing?
Us.
We're
Sitting
here,
home.
the board, making a decision from the safety of our own homes
Hmm.
to send teachers back into 100% capacity into the buildings. My understanding is there's no other industries in the state that are in 100% full staff right now, even restaurants and offices.
Well, but we're really not 100%. We still have a large number of students in the virtual academy. It's my understanding. We're not closing the virtual academy. Is that right? Any parent who wants to remote learn for their students have that option still, right? Is that not true?
That is accurate. Right now, I'll just remind everybody that all of our teachers who provided medical documentation and are categorized as high risk have been accommodated and provided remote assignments. Every teacher. We did that back in August, September. If a teacher is in a high risk category and provided us a documentation and a request, we accommodated them by providing them either a teaching assignment in the PVLA or an inverted teaching assignment where they're teaching from home and we have a paraprofessional or a substitute, which has been another drain on our substitutes in the classroom. And we've been doing that right along. And even up to recently, we've had additional teachers come forward with either new conditions that have been exacerbated recently, and we've provided those accommodations. In addition, any parent of any student without any reason, we haven't asked for medical documentation. We've just said if you are more comfortable in the PVLA, you've seen the numbers on the enrollment report. The PVLA is up and going, and we have no plans to close it anytime soon. I don't know if it'll be going all year, but we are prepared to run the PVLA right through June.
I guess I'm just concerned when I hear. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charles.
No, that was it. Yep, that was it.
I just concerned when I hear that, well, the teachers union just wants one more week, so why don't we give it to them? Is that, well, we're not, we all, the teachers are our primary resource to ensure that our mission is carried out in terms of student growth and achievement. But our constituency is much larger than that. And we need to hear the teachers. But I just don't think that, I don't know, for me personally, I feel like the science here is telling us that the school is one of the safest places for people to be. It's not a high transmission rate in schools. All of the literature I've been reading, and I've had a lot of time to read lately, laying around, but it seems to be saying that this plan right here is presented by the superintendent is a good, solid plan, and it meets the needs of the students that are, it's not just the parent. I've read these letters from parents and I've seen what they've said, and it's not just.
My cat just walked on the piano. I'm so sorry.
It's not just, that they're. It's the fact that these kids are really lacking in what they need right now. The parents, their attention's divided. They're working full time. Parents who are working both full time from home, trying to they have 2 or 3 younger kids, and they're at the rope's end. And I just think we need to respect that and do what we need to do is educate these students in a classroom with all the accommodations and all of the safety precautions in place. I mean, this isn't sending them back like the way things were, a year and a half ago. This is sending them back to a very different arrangement in terms of the numbers of students and how things are drawn out in terms of where they sit and, you know, all of those precautions that are in place. So I say, I just support the superintendent's recommendation. I just conclude with that, but.
I guess the way I'm kind
So
of.
can I just
Go
give you
ahead,
a
Charles.
little update? I just pulled it up here. The data that I shared with you is going to be updated again according to this tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. The data that I'm reporting to you is dated 12/13 to 12/26. So 8:30 p.m. tomorrow we can go on this and it will be updated. So it is a little bit backdated.
I think there's a
and
couple
that's
of
where I'll just
go ahead. Go ahead, Charles.
and again, I just want to recognize something that you know it's likely that the numbers are going to continue to stay where they are, right? You know, another week, you know, I'm concerned because, you know, I get it, you know, but at this point, we have to, I feel, and again, you take the vote, and if it's a vote not to take my recommendation, what I will do is I will go back to the reopening committee. I'll get them together tomorrow. I'll reconsider the recommendation, and then, you know, likely we're going to need a special board meeting, and I'll share the recommendation revisions, if any, with you. But where my head's at, and it's painful, but I just got to say, the people who are qualified to advise us about what numbers are safe or unsafe or risky or too risky are the people with letters after their name that I don't have, that are the Masters of Public Health and MDs and epidemiologists at the Department of Public Health. And they have been unwavering even now that as long as you are administratively able to run your schools, you should run them in person. And that's, you know, otherwise we're second guessing those experts. And I'm concerned about that, because that puts us in a compromised position where, you know, we're trusting our gut or making decisions that aren't backed by the people that inform our thinking about the science.
So the way I'm kind of looking at this now, Charles, is you worked really hard. The district has worked very hard and very long hours to develop a substitute teaching squad, for lack of a better term, because my brain's a little tired tonight. What is the concern? Do you have a concern about what if we aren't at the peak yet? And what if the numbers continue to go up? And what if we exhaust our subs by opening too soon? Are we gonna, you know, kind of, rush isn't the right word, but are we going to kind of, instead of waiting for the data, I mean, I haven't read as much as I'm sure you have, Tim, or others, and unfortunately I missed the reopening committee meeting this morning, but I watched the news and I hear on the news that, you know, nationally, the peak from holiday travel, etc., isn't expected until probably next week.
Right.
The end of the month.
So, you know, it just would concern me that we've worked so hard to develop all these subs and to get things in a position where we are not going to be administratively unable to keep the schools open. If we open too soon, are we risking ending up back in that position 3 weeks from now? You know, and that's my concern.
I think we're being lulled into a sense of everything is going to be okay and the numbers are going to hold. You know, vaccinations are still, you know, in the future. We don't have a date. We don't know what's going to be available. We don't know. We don't have a secure date on vaccines. The old data, you know, that you're using is a couple of weeks old, and there's a lag time between reporting and the holidays and all the things that have gone on. New Year's was 5 days ago. People were still traveling. People were still going out and doing, gathering. The other thing is the guidelines that reduce the quarantine time from 14 to 10 days. If you read the complicated steps that one follows, we're still quarantining for 14 days because this virus is something that you could be exposed today, but you may be day 5 or day 10 before you have any symptoms. So even though it seems like they've downgraded the quarantine time, they haven't, because you're supposed to monitor symptoms and follow through after day 7 and get tested and all the rest of it. Testing is really a problem, and while there's rapid testing, my understanding is that once they fill the number of people allotted for a particular day, they turn everybody else away, and I have firsthand knowledge of that. I took somebody over to get coronavirus tested in Newington the other day. There was a 4.5-hour wait. This was the day of New Year's Eve. We didn't stay, obviously, and this was a test for for a procedure that can be put off for a couple of months. But there were a lot of people who sat there for 4 and 5 hours waiting for a corona test. So I think we have a false sense that everything's going to be okay. Bring the kids back to school. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody get sick. And we know that there are a lot of symptoms that people have after the fact. I think a week or two, I think we're going to see January 25th, we're still going to be struggling with high numbers of coronavirus candidates. So I'm not in favor of reopening. I think we should look at the data and maybe have a special meeting next week to talk about what we do.
I don't agree with that. I mean, Meg, with all due respect, I mean, we all got an opinion here. You're not an expert. I'm not an expert.
No, I'm not.
You're thinking, oh, in 2 weeks it's going to be gone. Do you have a crystal ball that says it's going to be gone in 2 weeks? I don't think any of us do. And our job is to rely on the superintendent and the opening committee's due diligence, which it seems like they've done. In my opinion, which I was going to say before, is I got a feeling that next week the numbers are probably not going to be any different. So we go to another week, and then we'll go to another week, and then we're a month down the road. So if you guys aren't in agreement, then why don't we just say we stay remote for the next month, and then we'll revisit in a month. Let's not play this game of every week trying to judge, because none of us are experts. We all seem like we want to be. I mean, you're all giving our opinion. I didn't see any downturn after Thanksgiving, any significant downturn. So you think this magic downturn is going to happen? I don't know what crystal ball you're using to do that. I mean, and quite frankly, if people traveled over the holiday, they should be quarantining themselves. Shouldn't be up to worry about.
Should be.
Right.
We know they're not.
Right. And it's not that anybody has a crystal ball, Dave. It's just that in a couple weeks, we probably would be, according to what we see on the news and what DPH reports and everybody else, I would think that we would see the worst of whatever happened from people not abiding by guidelines and traveling, or, and then not quarantining. We would know what the results of that were going to be. I mean, this uptick started over the holidays, and we're still waiting to see what the fallout is from the more recent holidays. That's all.
I'm confused. You're quoting the news, which I would never quote anyways, and the CDC saying that we're going to see an uptick. But yet we're also hearing from Charles that the recommendation is we should go back to school. So I'm confused. What are we going to listen to?
Well, and I think Charles was really clear with us about what he said, that the Department of Education and the Department of Public Health has set if we're administratively capable of returning students to school and able to follow all of the guidelines, then the scale tips more in that direction than it does in not having children back in school. Our obligation as a Board of Education is to ensure that our students are educated and that they receive what they need to grow and to advance in their achievement levels. We're not doing that when kids are sitting at home in hybrid. And let me qualify that with the younger kids especially. I really think we're we're talking about a whole generation here of younger students who are, their needs just aren't being met right now. They're in this awful situation where, you know, they're at home in a little isolated desk somewhere by themselves, where they, you know, try and keep up. Parents try and keep on top of it. I think I support the superintendent's recommendation. I make a motion that we approve and to support the superintendent's recommendation. And even if no one seconds it, I want to make that now, because I just think that's the right move. I think it's the right thing.
I'll second that.
Yeah, and let me just talk a little bit about process, because you know, what we told our parents and our community and our students, and you know, and that's why there's 100 people watching this on Zoom, and I'm sure many more on YouTube, is that we would let them know this week what our intention was for next Monday, right? So what I've said to you right along, and boy, you know, this is not a position any first-year superintendent wants to be in, believe me, or any superintendent, but you know, the hot potato has been thrown to me, right? I told you in the summer, I read you that it's my decision. Now, I'm asking for your vote, because as a board, you guys, the board assumes the liability on this, right? I mean, it was a little surprising to me when it became my decision and not the board's decision, because it's boards of education that take the liability on these things.
Right.
I would have a really hard time going forward with a recommendation that wasn't supported by the board. I would not sleep well doing that, because it is you, not me personally, assuming liability, right? That's sort of how this whole process is set up. So I would ask for a vote on my recommendation. If your vote is no, my intention will be tomorrow morning, first thing, I will call an emergency reopening committee, and I will get that group back together. I will get Russ Melmet on the phone. We will talk it through again, and we will need to have a special board meeting. I'm going to suggest we do it Wednesday or Thursday, and I'm only basing that based on what where I think the consensus is now here. And I will bring back the recommendation to you again and ask for your support a second time. If we get to a difficult spot where my recommendation isn't supported unanimously by the board, or is not supported at least with the majority, boy, that's a bad day for Charles, right? I'm just going to lay that out there. I really feel like I need you to back me on this, because we're a team, right? So take the vote your conscience, right? And if your vote is not to support my recommendation today, I think we've bought ourselves another special meeting. My recommendation to Sharon, ultimately it's her decision, would be we have another special meeting. I get the leadership team and the reopening committee back together first thing tomorrow, and I share with them your feedback, and we kick this around some more, and give me the opportunity to come back to you. We have to do this quick, because people are waiting and want to plan their lives next week with a new recommendation, maybe as early as Wednesday or Thursday evening. That's kind of how I see this from a process.
Yeah, can I ask a quick question though? Is there room in this for a little bit of compromise, where it's not necessarily voting to reopen Monday and it's not sending you back to the reopening committee for some, you know, indefinite period of time? Is there a way that we could reach some kind of compromise where we, you know, honor your request and desire that we follow the Department of Public Health's recommendations, and also honor our teachers who are asking for one more week, so that they have the peace of mind of being a full 2 weeks out from the holidays and all that went with it? Is there a way, is that a possibility tonight, that we could vote on that instead, to say, let's try and do the very best of both and look at reopening 1 week out from the 11th? Or is that off the table?
I don't know. We have a motion on the table now, so.
I know, but I want to know what our options are before we vote. You know what I mean? I want to know what our options are.
Well, I would just ask, you know, I can't think about this as quickly. I need to talk to the people I trust and I know, and I need a little bit of time, just a couple hours, even if we meet tomorrow night at 7 in a special meeting, right? If your consensus here is to not vote to support my recommendation, let's have that vote. But then I just need at least the morning tomorrow to get the reopening committee back together, to get the leadership team back together. Everybody's seeing it now. They're gonna know. It won't take us long to rehash this, but give me a little bit of time to get a little rest and think this through. And I got to consider whether I am going to be prepared to amend my recommendation to you. Now, likely if I get voted down today, I likely will, because I don't want to go against you guys, right? I mean, that puts me in a compromised position in a lot of ways, and it's the board that accepts the liability on a lot of this. So, I'm an agent of you all, right? And I have been thrown the hot potato, but I'm not really comfortable
As
running against the
as part of this, I'm just curious because a lot of the sentiment is around what the teachers want, as opposed to what the science says and what the students need, it seems. But Sue McDougall, in her comments, said that the teachers overwhelmingly were in favor of not returning. And I'm just wondering if she could answer it. Was that an actual survey that was done? Was it polled to people? And are there? I mean, obviously, we don't want to reveal a confidential vote, but was there actually a vote held? And what was the number of people in favor of or opposed to? And how was that question presented? Or is this more of just a sentiment of the loudest voices stepping forward and saying, hey, that's not a good idea, or we'd prefer not?
Okay, no, Tim, I will speak to that. In this latest occurrence, no, it was not an actual survey that was put out, but emails were sent out saying, let us know how you feel. What is your position? And we have building reps in every building, and the teachers speak to the building reps, and we meet every Monday, and the building reps came with the representation from their buildings of what the feeling is in their buildings. So it was the direct communications to each building rep, and then the building reps was on our exec board. And
Okay, so it wasn't a survey is the point.
No, it was not a survey. We don't have numbers. That is something that we could do quickly. We could do a turnaround on that one in a fairly rapid.
I wouldn't ask you to do it, frankly.
I don't think it's needed, though. I don't think it's needed. Like you were saying, we just want to see buildings, we just want to see the time, take a breath. Numbers are just absolutely climbing. I've been in communication through emails with other representatives in other districts. Cromwell had 101 cases in schools. In the staff and the students, they had 101 cases. So we're lucky.
And unions nationwide have taken the position, though, that we should keep schools closed, period. That's their position. I know it's just a thing. It's where that group lies in terms of what they believe is best right now.
Okay, let's get back to our overall discussion. I understand the point, Tim. I'm looking back at our my notes from our meeting on December 10th, when the decision had been made to go remote those couple weeks prior to the holiday. And I'm not going to quote them because I don't trust that my notes are 100% accurate, but I guess I would suggest, and certainly, Tim, if you want to move the question, we can move the question and take the vote. I personally think I would like to see the numbers that are supposed to be released tomorrow. And if there was necessary to have a special meeting, that we do that on Thursday so that we can have the most recent numbers we can have. And see what the trend is, if we're going up or down. I just don't know what the benefit to the kids would be if we open and then are back in the same position we were in on December 10th, where we weren't administratively able to keep the schools open. That's all. That's my concern.
Yeah, no, I feel like if we held this, I mean, the motion's on the table. If we held the vote and we all voted, or the majority voted, yes, let's move ahead with the superintendent's recommendations, and the numbers come out tomorrow or the next day and say, whoa, this looks awful now, that it's not moving in the direction that we had hoped in, that would bring us all back together again anyway. We wouldn't just go ahead with that decision
So-
without any further discussion if those numbers were to turn around and be. But I don't know that it would change the pre-K through sixth grade opening recommendation. It's just my own thought on it.
And I don't think we're doing Charles a favor by waiting till Thursday, because he's got to pull together a team and make plans. So if we're making decisions on Thursday for a Monday, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So
What are your thoughts about that, Charles?
if it's no, it's no. Then he can scramble and try to fix the plan. I mean, I'm going to vote yes,
Yeah,
just, but that's how I feel.
Dave, I would just say that probably just about everyone who's on both the reopening committee and the leadership team that I would call together is watching us right now and hearing this and probably maybe even feeling a little bad for me, right? I mean, it's a good group. I would get them together first thing tomorrow morning. They would expect that a message would go out for me tonight going, we're meeting at 8 o'clock. It wouldn't take me more than a couple of hours to grab a cup of coffee in the morning, think this over and debrief with the leadership team and potentially revise my recommendation to you. And I would just say that I just need a little time to pull the folks together as we're all going in one direction right now. We've met, we've talked about this the past 2 days. We're all going in this direction, but everybody's waiting on this moment with bated breath. And if we have to shift directions, we've gotten very flexible and good at it, and we will meet tomorrow morning. So my intention is that if the majority of the board does not support my recommendation to reopen fully K6, pre-K6 on Monday and hybrid 7-12 on Monday, and that's not a sentiment. And what I've heard tonight is that it sounds like there's at least a majority that would recommend waiting another week. I will get together with the reopening committee and the leadership team and likely ask Sharon to pull us back together. It doesn't have to be at 7 o'clock. We got to get back together. I would say either tomorrow night or Thursday, because I've got to tell our parents what Monday, January 11th looks like. We told everybody that this was the week.
Thursday enough time?
Yes, some people love to plan their lives months in advance. Unfortunately, that is not the time we live in. We've asked our communities to be flexible and patient with us and know that we're trying to be thoughtful and make decisions. And if from Thursday to, Thursday afternoon is the best we can do, look, that's what we got to do. Thank God this only happens once in 100 years, people. I mean, this is the time we're living in.
Well, I would ask that we move the question.
We do need 24 hours notice for a special meeting, so it would be Thursday probably.
I'm just wondering if we change it and then next Tuesday, not really much has changed with the numbers. Are we going to then be asked again to move the goalposts back again? And this is just a keep moving thing. Or are we going to put a stake in the ground, in the sand, line of the sand, excuse me, and say, okay, we're going to go forward with the plan on this day? I mean, it doesn't sound like we know what we want to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But can we call the question at this point? We have a motion and a second.
You did. All in favor?
All in favor?
James
I'm in favor
motion?
of following the superintendent's recommendation. And I'm lonely. Oh, not completely lonely.
Okay. All opposed? Based on the information available this evening.
Sharon, why don't you and I collaborate? I know, I think either Meg or Nancy are on the call. We'll post and Meg, Scott, you're our parliamentarian here. Let's have a plan a special meeting Thursday. I will get together the reopening committee and the leadership team first thing tomorrow morning and potentially revise my recommendation for you Thursday night.
Do we know what time that meeting would be on the 7th?
What time is best for everyone?
I have
Is 7 good, Tim, or is earlier better?
Oh, gosh, I apologize. I have to look at an email because I have another appointment that I have to, I
Okay.
apologize, just give me a second.
Sure.
Um,
You can let us know after. We don't,
6:30, I'd have a thing at 6:30, so
okay.
earlier would be better or a little bit later would be better. I don't know how long, you know.
Well, I would suggest we need to plan at least an hour.
Did our
Right.
student rep suggest that the NHS induction ceremony was that Thursday night also, and does that impact you, Charles?
I'll go down to the community center. I'll figure it out.
What time is that?
6 to 8.
Is there,
I don't know. It's on my calendar.
are people available at like 5:30? Would that work for you, Tim?
Absolutely, yes, that would be fine.
I was gonna suggest either 5 or 5:30.
5 o'clock.
Well, that would be great because then I can do the honor society if
Sure,
you guys
yeah.
can do 5:30.
If we do it at 5, does that mean you could be at the induction ceremony if we do it at 5?
Chris,
Yeah.
can you do 5?
5
I
o'clock.
can't do
Yeah.
Okay, we'll notice it for
5?
5 PM then. I'll make that
Oh,
work
it's
for me.
better. Yeah, great, thank you.
No problem. Okay. Moving on. Next is
Curriculum.
Director of Curriculum, Instruction and Technology. Did we want to address that now, Charles, or do you want to address that in the context of our budget discussion?
So let's unmute Eric. He has a presentation for you. I think it's important, and he's going to be succinct. He and I talked today. He's not going to take a lot of time, but I would love for him to share with you his presentation, because his presentation is a perfect tee up for our budget discussion. We still have budget to talk about tonight. So maybe if we have Eric go, he knows that this was going to be a long meeting, so he's prepared to share with you a proposal that is included in the budget, but I want you to hear it from him and ask him questions about it as we go through.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if Dylan, you can turn my video on. And I did share a Google Slides presentation that will need to be shared. I'll just wait for that to pop up. While we're waiting for the slides presentation to pop up, obviously, you know, as Dr. Britton had intimated, I know this is a lengthy meeting and that there's still a lot of agenda to come. So super quick, PVLA is going smoothly, no major updates there. I met with Kate Lawson at the high school and some support staff at the high school as well to talk about second semester course adjustments that may need to happen within PVLA, but other than that, everything continues to go smooth. I do want to bring our attention to what's on the screen and kind of take us out of the immediate COVID context and kind of think beyond to next year. And our charge is a one-to-one device district. And so we're really at a critical point in terms of the devices that we have available to students ahead of next budget cycle. This is a major request within next year's budget cycle regarding device replenishment. So I'm going to make a short presentation today, or tonight rather, and I'm happy to field any questions. I also have present tonight in the meeting our Herculean IT staff that's comprised of 3 people, Holly Russo, Elliot McBride, and Nassar Mian. They're here. So if the board has any questions, we may unmute them at the end to answer any specific questions regarding the information that I'm going to present. And this presentation was developed, you know, this was hours of consultation with the administrative team, our IT staff, with Tom Robinson on the financial side and in consideration of device purchasing in the past. We can move ahead to the next slide. If we think about technology use in education and certainly within Portland Public Schools before and after COVID-19, On the left would be pre-pandemic, in which we would describe our use of technology as emerging. The kind of catchphrase there was preparing students for 21st century learning, using technology to enhance and enrich curriculum and instruction, building the capacity of educators in the district to use technology. We had pre-pandemic, many educators engage in Google certification training, which turned out to be a stroke of genius and somewhat luck, not knowing that the pandemic was coming and how dependent we would be on our G Suite of educational tools during the times of the pandemic. And pre-pandemic, we began a one-to-one device initiative in the district. So the idea was preparing and growing our use of technology in the district. In the middle column there, during the pandemic, our use of technology has become all-encompassing. It's become engulfing. So engaging all students in 21st century learning, whether or not we were ready for it, technology has become a primary vehicle to deliver curriculum and instruction while minimizing loss or seeking to minimize learning loss. We've challenged our educators to change their practice, regardless of where they were on the readiness spectrum to do that. And they've done incredible work in meeting that challenge. And in this time, we've really put our one-to-one device capabilities and realities under the microscope, and we've learned a lot. And we're dealing with a lot of painful realities in terms of the capabilities of the devices that we have in the hands of students and staff right now and the limitations of those devices. It's very much a time of sink or swim. And I would say that like most things right now, surviving but not thriving in terms of our technology in the district. So as we look ahead in a post-pandemic world, we've crossed a frontier with technology use in education during the time of the pandemic. There really is no going backwards. We've proven the ability to use technology effectively. So you know that in the mind of the public, when you do something well, or in the mind of consumers, they expect you to do it more and do it better moving forward. So it's now about expanding our use of technology, elevating 21st century learning for all students, maximizing technology within curriculum and instruction, and establishing new norms and minimums for tech use. And an example of that would be the use of Google Classroom. This is a new norm minimum in our district. Every teacher uses Google Classroom all the time, something that was not the case pre-pandemic. And the goal here is to become a truly living one-to-one device district. So we've crossed that frontier. Now, how do we move beyond and upward from that frontier? Next slide, please. We are a one-to-one device district. Currently, every student has a device and is utilizing it on a daily basis. I've intimated our teachers have become, in a very short time, highly skilled facilitators of technology-rich and technology-driven education. As needs must, and in a way that's been a little bit of a forced march. But again, kudos to them for that hard work and hard learning that they've done. We continue to engage our staff in extensive professional learning on utilizing technology and creating blended learning environments. A one-to-one device district, that language is reflected within our district policy. There's two examples here, one within our expectations for student learning, that our students will utilize technology. And then within our policies related to distance education, we've married this idea of having access to electronic devices as a matter of equity. Next slide, please. Here is our current device inventory, what we have in circulation. Red is the danger zone, yellow is okay, and green, we're good to go. So you see there, 39% of our devices in circulation currently are somewhere between 6 and 8 years old and currently out of warranty. That means anytime those devices go down, we're on the hook to repair them. And these are quickly becoming obsolete devices that are very difficult to repair. Either parts are not available or the parts that are now available no longer fit those devices. We have another 29% that have been in service for 3 years and still have a decent amount of warranty left on them. And then what's in green are devices that we've taken into district in the past year or two. And those devices comprise another 31% of our district inventory. Quickly on the bottom, we have another 90 Chrome tablets that we've just taken receipt of that will become our pre-K and K shared devices moving forward. We're just waiting on cases to deploy those devices. They need a little bit more of a good case because they're handheld tablet devices in the hands of our youngest learners. Next slide, please. So our current inventory concerns technology limitations of older devices, again, which The oldest devices comprise 39% of our district inventory. The cost of repairing devices in-house in terms of man hours and parts. And we are at the point where we need replenishment. We need mass device replacement, given the life cycle of what were originally and continue to be very low cost laptops. You pay for what you get. These are $300 devices that are put in the hands of students, and through no fault of their own, but being young people, these things suffer wear and tear. They travel to and from school, and so they do suffer a fair amount of wear and tear from normal use and accidental damage. We have a couple goals here. That we have high functioning warranty devices in the hands of every learner in grades 5 through 12 at all times, and that we have high functioning devices that may be out of warranty but still have a lot of life left in the hands of every learner in grades pre-K through 4. And the reason we've made that split is just the use of technology and the higher demands of that technology in the upper grades. We're asking for a commitment here of a fixed replenishment cycle in the district as a guaranteed operating cost, that we budget for device replacement and replenishment in a way that request is always satisfied and is never cut from the budget. That has not been the case in the past, and that has landed us where we are today, which is really having to dig ourselves out of a deep hole, needing to replace hundreds and hundreds of devices heading into this next budget cycle. Next slide, please. So we've developed the following refreshment plan. In grades pre-K and K, moving ahead, we would not have one-to-one devices full time. We would always be ready to deploy one-to-one devices, God forbid, in the event of another pandemic or school closure. But rather we would have 100 devices shared between those grade levels. Those would be those 90 tablets that I had referenced earlier. So we're currently set on those through 24, 25. That's when those devices would be out of warranty. In grades 5 through 12, we'd like those students to always be in possession of a new device under warranty. We can currently satisfy that with our internal stores for students in grades 5 through 8, but not for students in grades 9 through 12. We need to purchase or lease heading into the next budget year, 375 devices to satisfy that need. In grades 1 through 4, students would receive pass down Chromebooks from grades 8 through 12 students, grades 5 through 12 students. That's an immediate need, but one we can satisfy through our current internal stores. And then all PPS staff would receive a new Chromebook in case every 4 years under a 4-year warranty. That is an immediate need that we would need to, again, purchase or lease 150 devices. That leaves us next year needing 525 devices to either be purchased outright or leased, with 1,000 devices in the district owned and warranted. Looking ahead in 4 years, those numbers flip. We would need at the onset of the 25-26 school year, 1,000 devices in possession that have either been purchased or leased, with 500 devices owned by the district and out of warranty as those pass down devices for students in grades 1 through 4. Next slide, please. So our plan is to recollect every device in the district at the end of this year and fully retire those oldest devices. Those are the ones that were in red in the previous slide. These are out of warranty and quickly becoming paperweights. And then to reallocate our existing devices that are still under warranty to students in grades 1 through 8, and then the 90 tablets to pre-K and K, and then to lease or buy a total of 525 devices to outfit students in grades 9 through 12 and all Portland Public Schools certified staff. Next slide, please. So how are we going to do this? We have 2 ways of doing this. If we purchase devices outright, you'll see that's kind of the left-hand column there. Regardless of whether or not we purchase or lease, we have to incur a fixed one-time cost of a Google license for each device. That's $27 per device. And a case for each device, that's $30 per device. That's one time. The Google license is a 4-year license, so that runs the life of the device as long as it's warranted. And the case is obviously a one-time cost that would stay with the device as long as it's in use. The way that this works is based on our quote gathering. When you purchase the Chromebook outright, you pay a little bit more for the device and a little bit less for what is a more limited warranty. So that warranty doesn't cover as extensively things like accidental damage. When you lease, leasing companies give you the devices for a little bit less. These are literally the figures on the same exact device, but they charge you a little bit more for the warranty because it tends to cover more and covers more in terms of accidental damage, wear and tear, drops, cracked screens, etc. So a total cycle cost next year to purchase the 525 devices we need to buy outright those devices would cost the district next year $279,300 approximately. To lease those devices, those same 525 devices next year would cost the district a little over $95,000 in year one. That's including the license case fees that are incurred one time. And then in years 2 through 4, it's a fixed cost of $65,100 each year to get us through the cycle. The total 4-year cost of purchasing versus leasing is listed there. You see the lease cost is a little bit higher. Leases run at about a 3 to 4% interest rate that obviously we lose that money through interest to the leasing company. Looking ahead to 25-26. This is the big one. We will need 1,000 devices in 25-26 to remain a one-to-one device district according to the goals I explained earlier. In 25-26, that purchase will cost the district over $500,000 versus leasing in 25-26 would be $181,000 outlay in year one and $124,000 in the subsequent 3 years of that leasing agreement. Next slide, please. This slide just presents that same information broken down a little bit differently, cost expenditures over each of the next 2 4-year cycles. Why 4-year cycles? Again, these devices come with 4-year warranties. Leasing agreements are 4-year agreements. And again, the warranty on a lease tends to be more inclusive or more encompassing in terms of, you know, it covers more damages, more repair issues than the limited warranties you get when you purchase devices outright. The interest difference again is about 3 to 4% for each cycle. Next slide, please. Just some further analysis, and this is the last slide on device owning, which is our current model versus device leasing, which is proposed. So currently we've been unable to keep up with repair demand. We have one person who really does all of our repairs in district, Elliot. He's here today. He's amazing. He works incredibly difficult, literally loading his car trunk up with devices on the weekends and taking them home and repairing them. To give him the help he needs, we've hired a second person into the office who cost the district $1,900 a month. So put that out over a year, we're paying $19,000 a year over 10 months just to repair devices in-house, in addition to what we're paying Elliot and how he's spending his time, which is almost full-time right now repairing devices. Every screen repair, which tends to not be covered under owned limited warranty, costs the district to repair internally $67, or to repair it externally when we don't have the parts or the manpower to do it, $90. We've spent combined on screen repairs about $5,000 over the past 12 months. So when we're looking at the interest differential of 3 to 4%, we're paying that interest differential right now to keep up with in-house repairs. Also, it's important to note, when we lease devices, we put them in a box. The turnaround time is very quick to get those devices repaired. Current device turnaround times with owned devices due to a lack of availability of parts has left students and staff in many cases without devices for 1 to 4 weeks, which has been a crisis in many instances in this period of remote learning. That's the information I have to present to you tonight. I'm presenting this information because you'll see the request to engage in a 4-year leasing agreement for 525 devices included in Dr. Britton's budget proposal tonight. This is the story behind that request. Next slide is my final slide. I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
I have a quick question. Going back a couple slides to the numbers. So next year there would be, we'd start the 4-year lease for that one. Nope, one more up. That one. Nope. The one where it showed the different years and the amounts. So looking at this one, stop. So when we get to years 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, we would have two separate leases. Correct?
Nope, that's the continued figure for the 525 devices.
Right. So we'd be paying for the 525 plus the 1,000 devices at the bottom.
Nope, 1,000 devices come in 25, 26. So at the end of 24, 25, those 525 devices we would buy out at the end. There's a $1 buyout option. Those would become the pass down devices that go to grades 1 through 4. Those become the devices we own. So are they 4-year-old devices? Absolutely. But they're good devices with still a lot of life in them in grade levels that typically use them a little bit less than grades 5 through 12. I mean, they still use them a lot, but a little bit less.
So moving forward, then we'd be continually leasing the 1,000 devices.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to determine what the budget commitment would be. It would be about that 181 every 4 years and then 124 the next 3-ish.
Correct.
I'm assuming the numbers, they always go up, but.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go up, right? I can't say that in 25, 26, what's today a $280 computer won't be a $310 computer, but yeah, ballpark.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Eric, I'm just wondering if we're still expecting to need to be one-to-one for devices, even for our youngest children, once we're like outside of the throes of COVID. Are we still expecting one-to-one for kids at that point?
I'll answer that question, just by saying, I think we're past a point where we can separate curriculum, instruction, and technology. Those things go intimately together. I'll say we've crossed a frontier where, we were probably behind the times in terms of our utilization of technology in education. The things that we've learned, the strides that we've made during the pandemic, I just don't see us going back. And I think this idea of being a one-to-one district is not, if that's who we're going to be, that's who we have to be. And we have to commit to it. And it's not something that we can look to money falling from the sky to make happen as we need it to make happen. It just doesn't happen that way. And that's why we've had painful cuts to our technology budget that have ultimately led us to this point of needing so many devices heading into a single budget cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand that being a one-to-one district increases our ability to be equitable to all students. And I think that's wonderful. I just know from watching my children, they attend multiple schools. The younger children definitely use devices less frequently. So that's why I'm just curious if they truly need to be one-to-one. I mean, are we looking at the possibility of kids taking them home for the winter so that we can have remote learning instead of snow days? Like, what are the things that are factored into continuing to be one-to-one for very young children?
Yeah, I mean, it's the prevalence of online assessments, it's remote snow days, it's the promise and potential of summer enrichment learning. All of those things become possible when you can put devices in students' hands. They become difficult, if not impossible, when we don't. But Lauren, we don't want kids camped out in front of screens every day. We're not changing the educational model to make that the reality. But technology is a part of what we do, and I think we've made the promise to our parents in the current time of giving every student a computer. And I think our parents are going to expect that forward.
I will say in the past that there was a discussion about leasing, and when we did go to one-on-one computing back when we were starting to launch this a few years ago, the option was to buy them at the time, but I think leasing is a smarter way to go. And I'm just wondering if the out of warranty devices really hold up over that period of time when they would be pushed down to the lower grades, Or if, because if we own them, we're still gonna have to repair them. And I wonder what the repair rate is right now on those devices, if we have a percentage of devices that are out of circulation at any given point, if it's a high number.
Yeah, so it's a great question, Meg. I've talked extensively with Elliot and the other members of the IT department, and that number of 525 owned devices in district, even if they're out of warranty in years 5 and 6, knowing that they're not going to be traveling to and from school every day with students in grades 1 through 4. In a lot of instances, they'll be staying in classrooms. They feel comfortable that we can keep up with repairs in district. These are better devices to begin with than those that were kind of our devices that I placed in red on that first slide. So we're confident we can keep up with repairs and that these will still be high functioning quality devices even at the end of that warranty cycle.
And the other question I have is, and I don't know that we have talked about it as a board, but some districts do require a parent payment, like an insurance plan of some kind. And if we own them, do we want to look at insurance plans for parents, whether it's $20 a year or whatever, to cover the cost of the damage that might ensue, whether deliberate or accidental?
Aren't these devices for the younger grades? Like it's going to be shared units in classrooms, not kids taking these home? Is that?
I'm just saying, in general, if we owned them, would we want to have insurance?
Yeah, but they're not going to be assigned to individual students to take home. Is that understanding correct, Eric? That the 500 owned ones
yes,
that are going to be pushed down are the ones that are going to be in the lower grades and shared.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be assigned, Tim. So it's a little bit of both. I mean, they're going to be assigned. Every kid's going to have his or her own device. Will that device necessarily be traveling to and from the building with that child every single day? Not likely. But frequently enough where we don't want to preclude that possibility, right? Like, we want every kid to have a device, especially like I said, if we're going to things like possibility of remote snow days. Meg, to answer your question, a lot of districts will say it's $20 a year to have a district issued Chromebook, or it's $50 a year. Most districts that do that at the end of a certain number of years, the student then actually owns the device. That those payments have become kind of a rent to own. I know the district hasn't engaged in that in the past. It's weighing protecting the district's, budget and bottom line versus the potential of creating financial hardship for families. If you view this as the necessary school supply, should the district be providing it, or should we be asking families to pay for it? I don't want to wade into those waters too deeply tonight, but it's there's points on both sides.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Again, I just wanted to make this presentation so you guys understand the gravity of the situation that we're in terms of really needing devices, whether they're purchased or leased. We're at a breaking point. And we understand that this is a significant request in the budget. And it's one that we've spent a lot of time thinking about, understanding that, we don't have a ton of money to spend. And my opinion is it's better to spread a lot of money out over time than to have a massive expenditure every 4th year and risk that being cut or unfundable as we move ahead. I think technology is a fixed operating cost given its necessity and instruction in 21st century learning is the way we have to move forward. And I say that with all respect to fiscal responsibility and sensitivity to that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I don't know if the question I have is really one more for when we get into the budget discussions, but Eric, I think you indicated and you were you had a meeting with Tom Robinson concerning these options. Is that correct?
Kind of holistically around the idea of leasing, you know, and he understands that we're in this position because we've made cuts in times where we've kind of kicked the can down the road and the can has caught up with us. Yep. But he was also very transparent in saying, you know, that the town is very reluctant to engage in leasing agreements. So, you know, I know what we're up against in terms of the town's reluctance, and I understand their reluctance to do that. You know, I think when you think about like leasing a car, right, you worry about, well, I don't have any equity at the end. We've learned the painful lesson that at the end of these devices, 8 years down the road, there is no equity in these devices. They're paperweight. So when we talk about retiring these devices, no one's buying them back from us. They're not even usable for spare parts. When they need to be repaired, we can't even get parts. So to hold on to purchasing along lines of having some equity on the back end, you're looking at a couple of years max.
Okay, thank you.
All right, unless there's any other questions, happy to give you guys back your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to new business.
All right, so Dylan, can you throw up the slides presentation I sent over to you? Okay, so and if we, Dylan, can we also unmute Stephanie? So she's gonna you know co-present this with me. You know, we certainly want to make sure that Stephanie's available to answer questions, especially when we get to benefits and other things that are some fixed costs. Stephanie, are you there? I just want to make sure that you're. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So why don't we get going here? This is my budget. At this point, soon it will be your budget. So what we're going to do tonight is I'm going to walk you through it. You know, I had an interesting time driving around town, dropping off these books for you. I almost got lost a couple of times. Thank goodness for Waze. I hope you had a chance to take a look at the budget books, and you know, whatever questions we can answer tonight, we certainly will. And then, you know, any suggestions, recommendations that you have, we will do that. You know, we are meeting in a budget workshop again next Tuesday, and if necessary, next Thursday. So let me take you through this. I will go as deep into it or keep it at whatever level of information that you need. So let's go to the next slide, Dylan. So I know the hour's getting late, so I won't spend a lot of time dissecting all of this. I would just start by pointing out that in a normal year, right, I would be starting this presentation by sharing student test scores and all of the amazing accomplishments that we've had in years past, last year. Clearly, last year was a very different kind of year. But having lived through it, I just want to point out that because of the smart decisions and good investments that Portland had made under Dr. O'Reilly and even beforehand, we were able to really absorb that shocking moment in March when we were shut down and forced to go remote because a pandemic was here. So some of the investments in technology and professional development and focus on social emotional learning and the curriculum capacity and the curriculum leadership team, all of that we had built that had been funded by the taxpayers was there and able to move very nimbly and effectively to respond to the challenges of last year and propel us into this year. So Dylan, why don't we go to the next slide? You know, what we are accomplishing with the budget that was developed last year, frankly, I would venture to say is probably the most remarkable thing I've ever seen in my career. Frankly, I think any of us have ever seen in any of our careers. If I thought that we would literally have built an entirely new online school district, K through 12, we would have designed, implemented, and transitioned between 3 entirely different models of teaching and learning, that we would have equipped every teacher and student with the software, hardware, connectivity they needed, that would have made the unbelievably complex and difficult adjustments to curriculum instruction and put the focus on students' continued academic growth and social emotional learning the way we've done this year. I don't know. I mean, it really is remarkable what Portland and really many school districts in the state have been able to do. And, I just want to start with that to recognize that these things, only happened because of the resources, support, and vision established by the Board of Education and through the revenue streams and support that the town has provided. If those hadn't been there, we would have really been up the creek. I mean, I couldn't imagine, well, I can, because I know some districts that weren't one-to-one device in the districts, what they had to do to get to remote, which was, in some cases they didn't, right? They struggled, but we didn't have to struggle here in Portland. We were prepared. And that's a really, I think, a reflection of the support that the town of Portland has provided the district over the years. And frankly, really good leadership and high quality teachers that were able to actualize and maximize those resources to support this very surreal experience that we're all living through. So I just wanted to start there with some, appreciations and recognition for what we've been able to accomplish in, less than a year. It's remarkable. Okay, so next slide, Dylan. So the budget that I'm going to present to you tonight, if approved by the board and goes through the whole process of town council support and referendum, if it goes through, I'm confident that it will supply us with the revenue stream that we need to keep the people and provide the resources and materials to, I think, I guess I would say, recover from what we're going through now. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. The experience, we don't know the long-term implications of what we are doing right now. How this is going to play out in academic growth and development and social, emotional, and behavioral needs of our students. We've got a long road ahead of us. I'm confident that the budget I'm going to present to you tonight gives us the revenue stream that we're really going to need as we bounce back and come back hopefully stronger and capitalize, Eric mentioned on a few, on some of the real silver linings that exist in this pandemic. Right? It is our responsibility to learn from this pandemic and make education better going forward. Never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think that the revenue streams that this budget opens up will enable us to really build capacity for high quality and forward-looking teaching and learning here in Portland. Next slide, please. Okay, so I just want to bring us back. These are you know them well. We spent some time this summer and fall crafting them. These are the goals that we've set out. And I think we're doing I'm confident these are what drive every decision we're making, that all of our focus this year is reflected in at least one of these goals. Next year, I certainly hope goal 1 is off the list, right? But goal 2 through 5 will definitely still be very much a focus of our consideration. Hopefully we'll have a better number 1 next year and we'll be done with the pandemic and we'll all be vaccinated. But social emotional well-being, figuring out what gaps we may have been created in our students' academic development, a focus on equity and social justice, and looking long-term in terms of what the facilities needs are, which are significant in the district. These are likely to be goals that last beyond just this year. So all of the budget that I'm going to present to you is grounded in one way or another in either one or multiple areas of these goals. Next slide, please, Dylan. Okay, so I want to ground us in a little bit of a reality. So my superintendent's budget here reflects a 3.97% increase. And you see the numbers there. I do need to remind us that as we begin our discussions tonight, looking back, that is more than the 0, 2.42 and 2.26 that we ended up with in the adopted budgets over the past couple of years. Stephanie and I are very mindful of that, and you know, I think 3.97 is reasonable. But I also understand that if at the end of this conversation you're asking for cuts on the front end, and likely as we go through the process, we are going to be making additional cuts. There are difficult decisions that would need to be made, but I think that this is a reasonable starting point. Next slide, please. Okay. Stephanie can talk you through any of these, and I can too in detail, but I do want to point out some of these are known, some of these are projected. These are the other revenue streams that we take in that are added to the LEA budget, the property tax mill rate driven budget that we pull from the town. So here's what we're anticipating in terms of revenue for next year. I'll stop momentarily after I point out two things on this slide to see if you have any questions about any of them. I want you to look at the open choice grant and notice that that's down $112,000. The reason that's down is because we have fewer open choice students this year than last year because of the pandemic. That is why we have fewer open choice students, either because fewer came to us or because we are keeping our cohort sizes low. My goal, and I have conversations with Open Choice about marketing us and opening seats, is to increase that. So we will get our numbers back up, but there is that cut because there are fewer Open Choice students this year than there were last year as a function of the pandemic. That is a pandemic related cause there. The other one that I want to point out is that sorry, Tim, did you have a question?
Yeah, was that because we didn't offer seats, or people didn't take seats that we offered, or students that were going to our school on open choice chose to not come and stay in their hometown?
It's both.
Yeah.
In the summer, when we opened the seats, they didn't take advantage of them. We didn't have there were people that were unsure of whether they were going to do virtual or come back in person. There was that. In October, Jessica and I did receive an overture from Open Choice to offer us additional seats. That was at a time, Tim, when Jessica and I were talking about moving our intervention specialists over and creating smaller cohorts. So at that time, it was hard for us to say, well, we're moving our interventionists and specialist teachers to create smaller cohorts, and then we're going to bring in more students. So in October, when we were offered, we did say, please wait until the pandemic's over when we can get back to this. So it's the answer to that is it's both. In the summer, they weren't there. When they did come available in October, we were making a decision to spread students out further, create more sections and smaller cohorts.
Right. Well, it makes sense. Thank you.
So Charles, is that number an estimate based on the current number of students that we have, or is that number a number that will change in the fall based on our fall enrollment?
Stephanie, can you answer that?
So that's currently off of what our enrollment is right now. So they take a snapshot as of October 1st, and that's how our payment is given to us. So for 2020, 2021, we only have 58 students, or 58 or 59 students. So times the $8,000, that's what we're going to get. We'll get no additional kindergarten students, but next year, if the enrollment goes up, then we will get more. But I always have to base, and we always have to base when we budget off of our current situation. Because when I first started in 18-19, we only had 58 students. It only grew over the past 2 years. So could it stay there? Maybe. Could it go up? Maybe. So we always have to base it off of what we know as of now.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll point out one important bullet, which is the last one there. So we all know that the second round of stimulus was passed, and that I believe the number was 784 million in support for schools came to the state. Stephanie, I've not heard yet what Portland's allocation of that is, but we are anxiously waiting for that number and anxiously waiting for what strings are attached to that number, how we can use that additional stimulus funds. So once we get that number, that may influence the bottom line of this budget. And Stephanie and I checked today, we're still nothing there. Maybe by the end of this week or tomorrow or now. I don't know, Stephanie, have you seen anything today?
No, not today.
Yeah, but it's coming soon enough. I'm sure that it's working through the EGMS system that they use. So that's an important number, that last one, and certainly something that could affect the 3.97 number. Okay, any other questions about our revenue streams?
So the way that it would affect it, because it would be in this year, not next year's budget, you would buy stuff ahead of time from next year's budget, like you did the year before.
We would have I believe, and again, I haven't seen the strings yet. I've only read news reports, and we all know how reliable those are. But what I've seen, I believe, is that those funds would be available to be drawn down until September 2022.
Oh, okay.
Which could potentially mean they would be available this year and next year.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Dylan, let's go next slide. Alrighty, so I think it would be most helpful if you open your budget books and to follow along with this, look at the tab that is called location budgets. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through sort of an object code by object code. So what I'm looking at, where am I here? Did I say location? Is it budget summary? I'm sorry. It's not. It's under the tab budget summary. My bad. Not location budgets. So look at budget summaries. And if you flip up, you'll see it says budget definitions. And then you get down to the Portland Board of Education 2021, 2022. Is everybody looking at the right thing? Maybe if I hold it up, you can see I'm here.
Right.
Where Zoom often becomes difficult. I want to make sure we're all in the same spot. Okay, everybody looking at the location budgets then. So Stephanie and I will walk you through these, kind of give you the macro level view, just to give you a sense. Everybody see this giant book here with me? That's all of the literally paper clips, pencils, every single request represented in these numbers. So, you know, that's the micro level, but let us take you through some of the overall line item increases. So object code 100, if you look at and see the object code from 11011 down to 13002, all of those 100 object codes, those reflect salaries in the district, you know, what we pay our people, right? In the budget that you have before you, there are no new positions. I'm not recommending any new positions. That this is a status quo budget. However, we have to make some adjustments based on some of the things that happened in last year's budget. So I'm going to walk you through what those adjustments are because you see those in the percent increases. So in that first certified line item salary, you see a 4.26% increase. That increase is reflected in a $259,330 increase that's contractually based. That is simply year to year, general wage increase, step increase, teachers earning additional degrees or credentials. That is a built-in contractually based increase to take our faculty from this year's budget into the salary schedule next year. 2.65% is the increase. In addition, we need 0.4 health. We need 0.4 health because there are new high school graduation requirements that have added health as a junior year graduation requirement. My recommendation is not to add that as new revenue, not to add FTE to cover that, but to assign those sections to our athletic director, who is certified and qualified and is now teaching, about to be teaching those sections. Have him assume those teaching responsibilities and pick up the health courses. In doing so, it'll be a new assignment for him, but it means that there won't be that as an increase in next year's budget FTE. Additionally, we have to reallocate those 3 positions, Wheeler Clinic, clinician, Bridges, and our board certified behavior analyst. If you really want to know the nitty-gritty details, Dawn is on the call and we can unmute her, but we have to take one of the clinicians out of the IDEA grant and charge it to LEA, and it has to do with Medicaid billing requirements. You can't bill Medicaid and also be in a federal, which is the IDEA program. Dawn can give you the nitty-gritty if you want to know exactly why. It has to do with the bureaucracy of the grant and Medicaid reimbursement eligibility. But what we've done is we're going to move one of the clinicians out of the IDEA grant, but you'll see on the next slide that we're going to still use that money to fund some paraprofessional positions. The open choice grant reduction. What's that?
I was going to ask it, does it basically become a wash?
Basically becomes a wash.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see the wash momentarily.
Mhm.
The open choice grant reduction, that 117,000, where that comes home to us is currently we charge the Wheeler program to that and the BCBA to that. Because that's reduced, we now have to move those positions into the LEA budget. Additionally, in this year's budget, these people are here now. We have the special education teacher and the social studies teacher. As you know, these positions were added after the budget was adopted this year. This is part of why we needed the freeze and had some, built-in deficit at the beginning of the year. But we need to now move those positions into the LEA budget. So really, these aren't new positions. They're current positions. They just aren't budgeted in this year's budget the way they need to be. So what that means, though, is that in the LEA budget, it shows up as a 4.5 increase, even though it's not really an increase. It's just catching up with what we did in last year's budget.
Well, after last year's
To add
budget.
What's that?
After last year's budget.
This year's budget, yeah. Correct. After last year's budget.
After we adopted this year's budget, the positions were added though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. To face that or offset that reality of the 2.65% increase and the 4.5 positions that we're bringing into the budget, even though they're not new, they're new in this budget. We need to look at a 2 FTE decrease in classroom teaching positions. So really that nets out to a 2.5 position increase overall. So that was a lot. Let me see if there's any questions there.
Where's the 2 FTE reduction going to be coming from, if you know at this point?
I had a feeling that question was coming. Right now, at this moment, we are going to look very carefully at our enrollment in pre-K through 4. We have, and I'm concerned, I got to be right up front with you, that the kindergarten enrollment is low. It's 84, right? If that's the case, we won't need the 5 sections of first grade next year. That might be one. Now, we play this game every year. Every year I've sat watching this, and we have to wait and see if parents are redshirting their kindergarteners because of the pandemic. And we also have to see what next year's kindergarten enrollment looks like, right? So this is just based on what our current numbers are, right? But registration hasn't happened, and we don't know how many people are going to come forward and say, I kept my child home their kindergarten year because of the pandemic. But that's one place that I'm looking carefully. And as of today, note the date, January 5th, that's where we are. Could be one, could be two, could be more, but it could be zero. That's one of those things that, as you know, we do this every year. We have to wait and see what the enrollments look like.
Okay.
Okay, Dylan, next slide. So here comes some of the wash parts of it. So you'll notice that there's a 2.7% decrease in our non-certified salaries. Here's how we've accomplished that. Contractually based increase, just again, year-to-year salary schedule step increase would be $75,877. We've offset that by making some reductions. We are going to cut 3 paraprofessional positions out of the budget. We are going to eliminate 1 administrative assistant position. Now, the 3 paraprofessional positions, we're going to start eliminating them, and those are largely going to be something that Dawn works with our special sports services team to identify where we can make those. We do currently have 3 paraprofessionals in our PVLA or doing inverted learning. As long as PVLA isn't running, that's a pandemic expense, we won't need them, right? So that's where I'm thinking the 3 paraprofessional positions would come from, those individuals currently signed to the PVLA. And I'm, again, making the assumption that pandemic's over and we won't need to run an online school district by the time this budget is implemented. For the administrative assistant position, we have had a retirement out of Valley View. My intention is we have a part-time administrative assistant who I've spoken with and is interested in full-time. Now we have to go through the posting and the whole process, but bring that person to full-time and into Valley View, reassign some of the responsibilities. Between placeholder savings and the reduction, it nets out to 1 FTE administrative assistant position cut. But it's really just not filling a current vacancy. I mean, that's always, in my mind, the best way to go is not to have to lay people off. But when you have vacancies, look to capitalize on the vacancy and see if there's savings there. And I think we're able to capture some savings there. We're also going to eliminate something called an early career-based education coordinator at Portland High School. And we're going to reallocate 3 paraprofessionals to the IDEA grant, since we're taking the clinician out of the IDEA grant, right? Because, again, having to do with the billing associated with Medicaid, we're going to take the clinician out, put the paraprofessionals in. When you add all that up, it's a overall 2.7% decrease. I'll see if there are any questions there. I just threw a lot at you.
Charles, you addressed this with the administrative assistant position, but when it comes to the certified positions and the elimination of the paraprofessional positions, are you feeling like those positions will also, it'll come about through vacancies, or are you talking about eliminating current teachers?
For the certified positions, I need to be honest, I don't know if those are going to come about through vacancies. I would hope so, but I can't promise that. With the paraprofessional positions, I also can't promise that, but every year, Dawn will give you the exact numbers, there's a lot of turnover among paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals, many stay their whole career, but paraprofessionals are more likely to move on to become teachers or pursue other things. So in a general year, we have way more than 3 openings in paraprofessionals. So I don't think anybody might be subject to reduction in force through that. I can't make that same commitment for the 2 FTE certified faculty positions. Okay, so also in the budget here, you'll notice there's that 1%, I think think it's 1%, that 7% increase in the extracurriculars. That's because we've added the equity coordinators, 2 Gay Straight Alliance positions, and then the 5 building-based SRBI coordinators. So those are reflected there as new positions in the stipend schedules for teachers. Okay. Benefits. All right, Stephanie, I'm going to let you talk about this one because my voice is getting a little tired, and you have had the conversations with the insurance consultants, and I think would do a great job explaining this.
So basically with the insurance, the first line medical, that one is the most up in the air one. That one in the pension line, because we don't know what our increase is going to be. We knew when we did the budget last year, we switched providers, so we got a very low rate. This year with COVID, right now, what they're telling me is just alone with their COVID premium, it's 9.5%. Our budget this year was 5.5% for medical. So you figure 9.5% plus their regular increase. I budgeted about 11% as of right now to give us some room in case they come back with maybe it'll be a little less. But I went higher with what they said. It says 12.88 because we had 10 more people take on insurance. Because I look at December 1st of the current year. So when I did this year's budget last year, there's 10 more people now who have taken insurance than they have it last year. So I have to factor that into everything. There was a small increase in the normal life and disability insurance. The tuition reimbursement is contractual, so it's in their contract what they each get. So there's nothing really you can do with that. Pension, that depends on if anybody retires that are still in that. There's a plan, I guess there's a defined benefit plan that people had before. We have our current plan, so anybody that's still in that, we pay a certain portion of that, and there's an actuarial something that happens where if there's a percentage that we don't get, we have to cover that ourselves. So the amount that they're telling me right now is significantly higher than what it was last year. And I don't know if it's just because the market and we have to catch up to keep that pension in place. But again, that's changing also. Workers' comp, unemployment, longevity is contractual. That goes as the people leave and that gets phased out. There's nothing really I can do about that. Unemployment, I'm a little nervous with because of all the COVID stuff. Our unemployment right now is high, our payments, because it looks at a certain quarter and it's not the quarter right now. So our unemployment payments right now are kind of high, but I'm kind of just hoping that everything levels out for that. But really the biggest one is the medical insurance. That's the big, we don't know.
When do those rates get set?
Usually we know they do mid-February. So that's why we know between now and we start our budget on our workshops and working with the town, by the time on the referendum, we usually have a better idea that we can work with for that number. But it could go higher. It's not necessarily it's going to go lower.
So for unemployment, is that based on our own record with people collecting unemployment, or is that based on a larger sample?
No, so from what I learned listening to how it works, it goes off of a quarter that may not even be where the employee, or they could be our employee now, may not even have worked for us at the time. It looks back at a certain time frame of when they worked somewhere. And if they were unemployed, or if it was a summer job or something, because we're the employer, we pay for it. If that makes sense. I don't know much about unemployment,
Well,
but
I mean, I understand it, but it doesn't make sense.
No.
How many people are unemployed in our district right now?
That I don't know.
Well, we haven't laid anybody off.
Right, but it's not
So, I mean, that's
based
why I
off
can't
of-
understand. You're saying is people's work history before they ever came to the Portland school system that would have influence on that number.
Correct. There's
It's
names
not
on
quite
there
that
that
simple.
I don't even
There
know who
could
they
be
are.
people. Yeah, Stephen, there could be people that, for example, we non-renewed, right? There may be people who moved along, right? And they're showing up still, right? I mean, that's what Stephanie says. It depends on the quarter they're looking at, but people file for unemployment and they're told, put your last 3 years worth of people who employed you, right? People may have left Portland, gotten a job somewhere else and gotten fired from that job, and they're still putting Portland on their work history form. It's the way.
But isn't that something we
the
can
nature of
dispute as an employer? I mean, don't we
do.
get notified when people apply under our mantle as an
And we
employee
do.
and then
We
turns out they're not?
regularly. Yep, and we do. We regularly will. Jen
Yeah.
Gochi is great. She's amazing. She's on it. And when the forms come in from the Department of Labor and she disputes them and I sign them and the hearings are held and they make their decisions.
Okay. Thank you.
I got two questions, really. What's Penn retirement, excuse me? Is that what we pay for people's unused sick time when they retire?
Correct.
Okay.
So you kind of base it off of current year's retirements as to who could potentially retire next year.
Okay. I didn't realize we spent 50 grand on just paying for unused days. I mean, that's a lot of money. Second thing is, under the medical insurance, how many people are actually taking it? I'm just kind of trying to figure out what's a per person cost. Like 150?
I do not have that number on me at home. I can get that to you. It's in the office.
I'm just curious, I mean, just, if you do 150, that's paying $20,000 a person.
Each union has a different cost.
Oh.
And it ranges, I believe, between like $17,000 and $20,000 a person.
Okay.
And each union pays a different percentage of that, right?
Right. So if one pays 19%, then we pay the difference. If one could pay 15% and we pay the difference.
Okay. I'm just curious. Thanks.
If you want the number, I can get that on tomorrow.
No, it's not worth, just if you had off the top of your head, I was curious.
And we do pay waivers too. If there's certain contracted unions that if you deny the insurance, you also get a payment, like a stipend for not taking the insurance.
Usually like $1,200.
It's significantly less, but some are 1,200, some are 1,000, I believe.
I believe it's 1,200.
Yeah, I know companies that do that, but have we ever also thought about, because I know companies that I work for, where if your spouse has insurance, that you are penalized an amount if you don't have, your spouse doesn't use their insurance from their work?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I know, because I know companies that do both. They've been.
I think you do have to show proof that if you don't take our insurance, that you have to show proof that you are taking insurance from a spouse or somebody else.
Correct. I think there's an opposite thing we should be looking into, is if the spouse has insurance, because we're paying for that spouse on our insurance, that there should maybe be some cost that they're in, associated with that. I do know companies that do that, big companies that say, if your spouse has insurance, that you have an extra cost related to that. I mean, because we got to figure out a way to get these costs down, because, I did the math between the salary increases and the benefit increases. That's 84% of our budget increase. It leaves nothing for us doing anything else but salaries and bennies. I think that's, that's the reality of it.
That's the case every year. That's always.
Yeah. So when we try to get the budget down to 2% for the town, we end up cutting from other areas because we can't cut benefits, can't cut salaries or medical. So we end up cutting other things that we need.
That's completely accurate and fair. Generally, that also extends to contract increases for OT or PT or other things. We have if you think about it conceptually, I don't know the exact number. I'd have to break out the calculator and figure it out, but we really have very little discretion over what are largely fixed costs. What we do have discretion over are how many people are accessing those fixed costs, right? I mean, that's, and then that plays into things like class sizes and programs that we run and other things. But yeah, we don't enjoy enormous amounts of discretion over the budget.
Yeah, and I like to say that out loud because we've got other people, townspeople, residents, taxpayers on the call, and when the budget comes up and they say, geez, the Board of Education is looking for 3 or 4% and taxes may go up, everybody says, oh no, we don't realize it. It's out of our control most times to run the schools. At a minimum, even it's going to take 2 or 3%.
I would just add to that, Dave, there are some things in our control. Once we settle a contract, it's out of our control because the contract is set and we have to pay those contractual amounts. But it's when we're setting those contracts and we're making those decisions about increases where we try and hold the line and, recognize that the community is not making 2-3% increases every year. So we can't continue to give employees 2-3% increases every year. And with stipends, not stipends, I'm sorry, with the general wage increase and the steps and whatnot, it can be considerably more than a 2 or 3%. You can see increase of 6 or 7% easily.
I think we need the personnel committee, I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but I think we do need to get in more of a language in there that gives some flexibility. I know that in the private world, my wife this year is getting no raise from a company that's not doing business. Last year, my company cut out all the 401k match. Year before that, I haven't got a raise in 3 years at Stanley because of business. So, those industries understand when the economy's bad that everybody has to give up a little bit. So I think we need to think about that as we move forward with contract negotiations, quite honestly.
Well, I disagree about, these are people's lives and we, do expect them to work and especially this year, work very hard for the money that they get. So I would disagree that, we need to cut and cut and cut. I think, negotiations obviously need to be held and people, the reality needs to be set. But, I don't think anybody's making big bucks in this district, quite frankly. And I would speak to people that are willing to work on weekends and after school and before school. And, if we had to pay them by the hour, teachers in particular and paras, I think we'd be bankrupt if we had to pay them for the actual time that they actually work. So I feel very differently about the benefits and the
I'm not disputing that, but the
Okay.
company I work for
All right.
didn't give me a raise for 3 years, but I still work till 7, 8 o'clock at night. You got to get your job done. That's what you paid for.
Right.
So I think that in looking at our contractual obligations, it is a negotiation. They are negotiated. And I think, as Charles indicated to begin with, it's going to come down to not maybe what we pay per hour, but how many people we pay. There's only so much to go around, and that's the way we're going to have to look at it. So I hear the points that everyone's making. Why don't we get back into Charles's presentation? It's getting quite late. And I don't know about anybody else,
We're
but
gonna go
I've
quick
already
now.
had a long day and have a long one coming up tomorrow too. So we have two more nights to talk about the budget. I'd like to hear what else
And I think
Charles
we're
has to
gonna
say.
go. We're gonna go quicker now, and it actually talking about negotiation sets us up for the next slide. Next slide. Dylan, why don't you jump to the next slide, please? So the next slide reflects professional services, which includes legal services and payments for negotiation services. We are the personnel committee is working this year and making decisions about 1-year extensions, but we're going to have to get into 3-year contract negotiations as those come up. So you do see some expenses and some recommended increases there or recommended amounts there, not even necessarily increases, that reflects all of the purchase services that we have in the district. Largely we've tried to flat fund these. We've also moved a lot of our professional development into the title grants, and we made some reductions to the requests that came forward with respect to facilities and food services. And we're about to spend have a discussion about what's happening in the world of facilities shortly. So, there is a $30,000 increase that's reflected in some contracts and increases there. Okay, Dylan, let's go to the next slide. So facilities. So what you see here, this 291, 202, that is a flat budget. We are recommending no increase there. Now, this is frankly just barely what we need to run the facilities and keep them clean and safe, right? This represents no improvements in our facilities. It's just what we need to take care of our buildings. Now, we all know, and our buildings and grounds met yesterday, and we've seen the sightlines report. We have tremendous facility needs in this district. I was down at Valley View today, and it is still flooding. Sure. I mean, Gildersleeve, Valley View, and Brownstone are older buildings, and they need a lot of work. I think anybody who's been in those buildings would know that, and we've of course had our sightlines reports and see that. What this reflects, though, is just what we need to keep those aging facilities safe and going. We do need a process, and Buildings and Grounds has met, and we are designing that process to take a really hard look at what this district will be over the next 3 to 5 years, right? And that facilities committee is going to start with a conversation that looks at what are our enrollment projections, when is debt servicing retiring, what does the sightlines report say in terms of building needs, and we're going to start with some hard questions about whether we want to continue running 5 schools, right? Or do we want to go down? Do we want to consolidate? Running 5 schools is more expensive than not, right? I mean, there's all kinds of overhead that comes with running 5 schools. Here in this facilities request, we've kept it as low as we possibly can and still be able to provide for the general upkeep and facility related needs here in the district. So there is no increase there, but boy, could there be, right? I mean, we have a lot of facility related needs. Okay, let's go to the next slide, Dylan. All right, so other services here, there is a 1.43% increase. It's, this is, a big number here, right? Now, Dawn is on the line, and she would be happy to go into as much detail as she needs. She does amazing work and lives this every day. This number here, this $2,012,000 dollar amount here, this is another one that's very hard to budget. This reflects an enormous amount of our student support related needs, and this is always a moving target. And some years, this number goes down because students move out, or you bring students back from outplacements to programs that you've built in-house. Some years students move in, and you have to absorb those costs of outplacements and student transportation, that comes with it. So, Dawn, I'm sure, is on the Zoom here looking at this $28,000 increase, and I imagine she's biting her nails and going, boy, I hope, right? I hope that we don't have more students move in, or I hope I can bring that student back from that outplacement. This is what she does. So, always, every year, I'm imagining you're going to hear me say, we had a student move in, this number's up, or you might hear me say, we've reorganized the students program and that number has gone down. So the 1.43% increase is our best guess right now. But this whole section of other services is absolutely subject to real, current, and projected future student needs. I give a lot of credit to Dawn. She does her best and she tries to keep it as low as she can, but it's so difficult to budget in this area because we don't know what students' needs might hold in the future.
Hey, Charles, quick question on the transportation. That's the regular bus in there too, right?
Stephanie, is that where this is? Yes.
Yes.
Student
Yep.
transportation. Yes.
I mean, maybe you could just give a little color because I'm not to the, last year where we got a percentage discount because of COVID, or this year, excuse me, and where we see this going forward,
Committee, Stephanie and I are working with M&J and our contract is up this year. We have some numbers floating around. I think we're close. We're not there yet, but stay tuned.
Okay.
And I think we would probably need to get to executive session for me to, go into more details.
That's fine.
I'm here if anybody has any questions, but the situation is the same that it has been. This is going into year number 4 now. The one guarantee I can give you is since my numbers were placed into the budget and my projections were given to Stephanie and to Charles, we've already had significant changes. And they're all things that are trending upwards based upon some new referrals and people that have moved into town. So things do come out in the wash, but there's still a significant, there's a significant change throughout the year.
Get down.
Thanks, Dawn. Okay, Dylan, let's go to the next line, please. So we were just talking about how we have very little control over the budget because of fixed expenses. This is the one area maybe where we do enjoy a little bit more discretion. And unfortunately, because of that, this is the area that's often subject to decreases when the cuts come, right? So you do see a decrease in all of the books and supplies line items. Now what's interesting here is, this doesn't just include books and supplies. This is our postage, electricity, utilities, all types of things. And some of those, are contract based, but also based on projections. We were able to go down a little bit in this area because, of the closure last year and the remote this year. We do have an inventory, that we didn't use because, students were home. So that helped us to, trim a little bit from next year's budget, not significantly, but, you sort of see the percent increases, but overall it nets out to a slight 1.454% decrease in each of these areas. Okay, let's jump to the next one then, which is a big increase, and you heard about it already. So here is where you see the effect of the leasing proposal, right? That's what the 39.66% jump is. And specifically, you see that in the technology hardware line item with that $62,000 increase. That's the proposal that you heard from Eric tonight with respect to the lease, right? This is one of those areas also, that every year, at least the past 3, we've brought forward requests for new Chromebooks. And unfortunately, every year when the budget cuts come, when we get the 0 and the 2.4 and the 2.2, the cuts come, that's where it gets cut. Now, in fairness, at the end of the year, I know because Philip did this with me several times, when there's end of year money that we've saved, these are the times when they're going to the Fund 11 and food services. Philip will say, okay, go now buy at the end of the year some Chromebooks. But to be honest, folks, that's not the way to fund a technology cycle, right? I mean, the proposal to get to a leasing program, yeah, it creates a fixed expense, but it creates also then a stable commitment to the one-to-one device initiative here in the district. So certainly I would entertain questions or ideas about this. Eric's still on the line. He could answer more. You heard his presentation, and you saw the numbers and where we are in terms of the age of our devices and how many are coming out of warranty. And I think Eric described them as paperweights, but yeah, we need a stable access to devices that work effectively and are under warranty, and a leasing option does provide that for us.
Can I request that that Eric's presentation from earlier either be loaded to Google Docs or emailed to us so that we can spend a little more time with those numbers? It was a lot all at once.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll give you both this presentation and his. Yep.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, guys, we're doing great. Got two more here. Okay, so next slide, Dylan. Dues and fees. These are our costs for graduation expenses. Organizations we're a part of, CIAC membership, NEASNC membership. We've given that a 0% increase. Hoping folks keep their prices the same. We'll negotiate to keep it the same. And I think everybody understands that these are difficult times, and I'm hoping the price for the chairs that we rent at graduation stay the same. And otherwise we are talented negotiators and we'll make it work. So 0% increase on dues and fees. Okay, last slide. Capital improvement budget, this is the big one. So buildings and grounds met yesterday. Stephanie and I have a recommendation for you. And I know Carl supports this, right? Our recommendation is that we remove, at this point, remove from the capital improvement cycle any capital improvement requests for Valley View, Gildersleeve, and Brownstone until the facility steering committee does its work and comes forward with a vision for what the Portland Public Schools will become. We know that there's one complex that is gonna be in Portland for a long time. That's the secondary complex. Valley View, Gildersleeve, and Brownstone, I think, are subject to discussion and community focus groups and surveys and a deep look at what those facilities' needs are and what those facilities will become, and if they stay schools in our district. But that's the work that's ahead of us. Until we develop that understanding, our recommendation is that we remove from the capital improvement requests any projects, parking lots, roofs, all of those things for those buildings, and focus in on the one building that we know is going to be here for the long haul, which is the secondary complex. And that we go to the town this year and we say, we are only bringing you a request for 3 capital improvement items. Of those, I'm prepared to be very vocal, and I think we have to. The high school track is falling apart.
Yes.
We're going to condemn it. I don't know any other way to say it. If we're either going to have a new track or we're not going to have a track, because it's gotten to the point where it's almost unusable from a safety perspective.
In fact, unusable?
Yes.
We can't hold meets there, I believe. Is that correct?
Carl, you're on the phone. Why don't you chime in? I hope you're hearing us. And
I don't think we
just
can mince
describe the
words
track
anymore about this. We just got to say it.
Yeah, we can't mince words.
Needs to be fixed.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Carl.
Yes, Carl.
Okay. Yeah, I think the I think Chris can back that up. It's Chris Sarah can back that up. It's lived its life. We really can't put a lot more band-aids on it. So I think to ask for that as a top priority is a smart move. I don't think that can hold out for a bond issue that we are going to hopefully do to resolve the sightlines report. I think that is something that needs to come forward now. I think it's nothing new that the Board of Selectmen doesn't know.
This
That's
point.
it.
Okay. I think that makes sense.
Our suggestion is, yeah, as we go forward with this budget, be very vocal and advocate for the track this year. I mean, it's time. It's got to be done.
Time.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about the track every year I've been on the Board of Education.
Yes, very true.
Well, and it's also time sensitive because you can't repair it except during the summer months. And so, that's the other part of the problem is if we wait till the budget is settled in May, we're not going to get the track this year. So it's another year before we actually can see the repairs being done. The temperature has to be right and the companies have to be available. According to Carl, there's only several companies that, and they are in high demand, that are able to do this repair.
That's correct. It's very much a weather-driven project. Temperatures have to be like, I think approximately above 50 degrees at night or in the high 40s at night for them to even do it. So it really falls into a very short window and there's not a lot of companies out there that do it between the New England area and the tri-state area. So you're limited. It'd be nice to get the funding ahead of time, but I don't know if that would happen. So.
And Carl, if I understand correctly, this price here is for the track surface and the underlayment as well, right? The entire thing has to be torn up and redone.
Yes.
Yeah.
This would be the track completely removed. The drainage system that is there would stay in place using the same drainage system. And the track would be repaved, the base coat, finish coat, and then the rubber applied to it, all the lines put down. That would be the final finish coat. Fencing and everything would stay. That would not be removed and replaced. It doesn't need to be. Any other questions on that or no?
I think this is a good plan in terms of how to approach capital at this point with the work that the Building and Grounds Committee is going to be doing.
So
with the steering committee.
So Charles, this changes from what was originally in the packet here, right? Because there were other things on the list there were oil tanks and a boiler and things like that. Are those are all put aside for now, and the focus is just on these items?
The other items you see, that's current year. We have the oil tanks in the budget for this year. So there's colors on the document. So the one for next year's budget would just be the purple. The pink is.
Just point me to that tab.
It's under facility programs at the end.
Page 33 and 34, Tim.
Yeah, 33 and 34. There you go.
Stephanie, if I could say something, I just met today with a contractor to Gordian Group, who we use for a lot of projects. The town also does, and with a excavation company who is licensed and everything to remove those tanks. We've been to all three schools. They've looked at all three jobs with me today and are going to be getting back to us shortly with a number, a pretty solid number, minus any environmental issues that we wouldn't even know about until we get these things out of the ground. So I should have a better number to give to that in the next few weeks.
Okay.
But that's already budgeted for, or some of that is already budgeted for now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
$38,000 or $39,000.
Yep. So Tim, if you're on that page, the pink is the current year. So it shows
I don't have that page yet. Which page is it?
33 and 34.
Okay.
It's at the end of the facility tab.
Ah, that's the one. Thank you. Right. Okay. So those are in the pink in this year. Okay. I
So
understand.
the pink is one projects we've done. So the boiler, the italicized ones are the oil tanks. And then we also have 46,500 allotted to us for security upgrades. So
Right.
that's current year. The purple is what we're going forward with. And then I blanked out the 5-year for the top 3 schools and just left the bottom.
Right. Okay. Yep. No, I see it now. Thank you.
And the security upgrades, I've also met with somebody today also on that, which is also part of Gordian. They're going to work off the numbers that we have currently have for security improvements.
Okay.
Good.
Did we lose Charles?
Oh no, I'm here. Yep, sorry. So I think
But
that's
to
sorry.
lose
Guys,
me,
that's it.
it's late.
That was our last slide. So
Okay.
I at this point would entertain feedback and what can Stephanie and I do for you based on your recommendations to prepare for next Tuesday.
I suggest that we put our questions to you and Stephanie, or through Sharon, and maybe give you till Friday, gives ourselves till Friday to look at all of this again and digest it. And then maybe get over the weekend, get questions to you to be answered on Tuesday.
I think that's a good plan. I would appreciate getting the presentation from Eric about the leasing program. So you can look at those numbers. And this presentation as well, Charles.
And Charles, on the leasing program, Eric had mentioned it. It was kind of taken. The town generally doesn't favor that sort of leasing stuff. Is that correct? We expect that we would have some pushback from the Board of Selectmen on a leasing.
We may. I've had conversations with Tom about it. Tom's obviously concerned that, anytime you enter into a leasing program, and it's like, purchasing a new police car or a dump truck or a fire truck, or, it becomes a standing commitment that goes on the town's debt load, right? Tom's not all excited about taking on more debt for the town. That really becomes once you sign that lease, it's not something we can cut anymore, right? I mean, it's not something that's subject to budget discretion. It becomes another one of those fixed costs that Dave we were talking about before. That's something that Tom would say, hey, I don't know if we want to bring another amount of money onto the town's debt load and have that fixed cost. He would prefer to see the technology budget funded and we buy those Chromebooks every year. Now he knows and he throws up his arms and says, I know. What do you want me to say? Is that means it gets cut every year when the budget cuts inevitably come. It's, he would prefer to see us commit to purchasing those devices and maintaining that, regular purchase throughout the years, but we haven't been able to do that. It's, that 2.4%, that 2.3% is the kicking the can moment where as we talked about before, we can't get around the fixed expenses, so we cut where we can cut, and often that means we cut the Chromebooks out of the budget and
The
make do
trap.
with the ones that we have.
Don't forget the trap.
Right?
We cut the trap.
Yeah, the
it's a
trap.
trap.
Well, and we shortchanged the student
Yeah.
and student achievement. And it's a, but that's, so that lease is actually signed by the town. It's not by the Board of Ed.
From my understanding, and Stephanie, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's another thing we have to look into. But the practice in Portland has been, since we don't have equity, right? We don't own the buildings, that when you take on the debt, the town takes it on because they have the equity. Stephanie, did I describe that correctly?
Yep, that's right. That's why the copier leases, the town signs them and we pay for our portion of it.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think there's a consensus that we'll all do a deeper dive into the budget and get any questions to Stephanie and Charles by Friday for our workshop on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yep.
I'd like to see that happen.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we'll move on then to old business, which I have nothing listed underneath. So I guess we don't have any old business. We got plenty of new business, that's for sure. And we'll move on to committee reports. Curriculum.
Right, curriculum committee met on December 15th. It was really interesting. Eric was leading the teachers through the idea of essential questions and how to train the teachers in getting kids more, it's so late, getting kids more engaged and leading them through probing questions. So it was really cool to see teachers being taught and the engagement of our, really engaged teachers in district. So that was what we did last month.
Great.
It is late.
Policy.
We haven't had a meeting since a couple of months ago, but we're planning to do that again at the end of January. As far as the vaccinations go, as Charles mentioned earlier, he asked me to reach out to CABE. They will be providing some information, but they're waiting to see what the General Assembly is going to do about COVID vaccinations, whether it'll be mandated like the polio, rubella, and other things. So to be continued, but we'll probably have to have some kind of a policy if they mandate COVID vaccinations. So
Okay.
more to come.
Okay, personnel, we'll be having a executive session, it appears, to have a discussion on a personnel matter. And I think we need to probably schedule a couple more subcommittee meetings, maybe a little bit later in the month, to see where we are with our
I spoke with Rebecca over the break. She's doing her thing. She'll be ready for us to get together and
Okay, so maybe we can pick a date later in the month to get together and continue what we've been working on. Buildings and grounds.
I'll cover this. We met yesterday. We covered three main topics. Charles already covered one of the budget request where we move all the items off except for those three key things, which we support is a great idea. The second thing he touched on was the committee he's forming with 10 to 12 people from building and grounds, board of selectmen, teacher, admin, parents, to form that committee to talk about the results of the sight line and formulate a 3, 5, 7, 10-year plan for the district based on current, future needs and expected costs. And then the last thing, I'm not sure if this was brought up at the last meeting or not, was the solar panels at Brownstone. But as part of my board of selectmen thing is they did approve it, the lease agreement at the board of selectmen meeting, and the building and grounds committee fully supports this initiative. Just as a quick recap, it's no cost to the Board of Education, estimated to save 40% of building usage, or roughly $5,000 to $6,000 a year. It's weighted to the roof, so they will not be putting any holes or anything in our roof, is one of my concerns. and the lease agreement is transferable should we have to do something differently with that building down the road.
Good.
So I think it's a win-win.
Good. Conservation and Renewable Task Force.
Yeah, Dave had my update, but just to add on to what he said, and Dave, my notes were a little bit different than yours from the December 16th meeting, but the folks from the CT Green Bank were there, and the final PPA rate that they arrived at from bundling our project with 16 other projects from 4 other towns, I had that we were looking at like a 59% discount to our current rate. The 40% number I think is the size of the project. The project size covers 40% of our current usage. And so I had written down that our average annual savings should be around $10,000 a year, over looking at about $206,000 in savings over the 20-year lifespan of the panels. So they're anticipating that the installation will be completed late this summer, and that they're going to work with Carl and our buildings and grounds folks here to schedule that through the summer.
Great.
That's kind of exciting.
No, I'm blaming Carl because he's the one that gave me the figures. So I think he was just being conservative, probably.
Hopefully my numbers aren't off. That's what I'd written down from the December 16th meeting.
Okay. How about our CREC liaison?
I am, and I did, and we had a legislative update. They canceled the December meeting, and there's another meeting coming up mid-January, probably just before our Board of Ed meeting.
Okay, Selectmen liaison.
Just they talked about the budget workshops coming up in the schedule, the approval of the solar panel lease agreement, and then there's going to be initial discussions on ordinances regarding shooting ranges. That was about the only 3 significant things.
Okay, and there was a copy of the
Budget timetable.
the budget timetable in our documents.
Yep.
Task Force on Solidarity. Tim?
There was a meeting that was held on December 8th. I wasn't able to participate in that, but I've read the minutes. There was a subsequent notice sent out to the committee members and the liaison, just with some training material to prepare for the meeting in January 12th, which is the next meeting. And they're working on a survey and survey questions. And the training that they did was part 1 of a 4-part series that was done to help kind of get people in the mindset of talking about some of the issues before the committee.
Sounds interesting. Okay, audience of citizens. Is there anyone still with us who'd like to address the board?
I'm checking now. Just give me a second. I had dismissed the students. Hold on. Does not look like there are currently any audience of citizens.
Okay. Any Board of Ed member comments? Okay, is there a motion to move into executive session?
Make a motion to move into executive session and invite Charles Britton.
I second that.
Seconded by Tim, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
And the time is 10:18.
It's late.
Yeah.
I know. This will be quick, I promise. So Dylan, we need to kick everyone out and close the room.
Yep, I am going to send you into a breakout room.
Okay.
So I have Tim, Sharon, Meg, Lauren, Laurel, Dave, Chris, and Dr. Britton. It should be opening for you now.
Don't forget us, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear each other?
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm gonna
Oh,
make a
there we go.
motion to,
Oh, Meg already made a motion
adjourn.
to adjourn.
Oh, okay.
She did it on her, I was gonna do that, but she beat me to it.
10:31, I know, you commented the last time I did that, I looked like a hostage situation.
Somebody seconded. I think Chris seconded,
Sure.
Lauren,
Whatever. Sure.
or Lauren or something.
We all want out.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Peace out, everybody. Bye.
night.
Don't forget to
Good
send
night.
your
night.
questions by
Night.
Friday. Good night.
Good.
Safe travels, Charles, when you go home.